sitten, että pystyvät
ja näin on aika taas suunnistuksen viestiliigan toisen osakilpailun. Ollaan tällä kertaa Salossa ja vuorossa on Finnish Spring. Kelikin se meille kertoo, että on suomalainen kevät. Ihan yhtä kylmä ei ehkä ole eikä lumisateinenkaan kuin mitä oltiin ennalta pelätty. Ja hieno kisa saadaan varmasti aikaiseksi. Kevätyön viestissä ensimmäisessä osakilpailussa oli jo tosi jännä tunnelma ja erittäin hieno viesti. Ja aivan varmasti sitä samaa on nytkin luvassa. Muutamia maajoukkueurheilijoita on tietysti Sveitsin maailmancupissa, mutta erittäin kovat joukkueet meillä on seuroista tänäänkin täällä viivalla ja saadaan varmasti hieno kisa. Nu är det bara att börja titta och det blir riktigt spännande. Tervetuloa myös Pipo Harju taas meidän lähetykseen mukaan.
Kiitos.
Meillä on tänään tosissaan alkamassa viestiliiga Finnish Springissä ja siellä aikatauluna se, että naisten viesti alkaa tuossa ihan tuota pikaa 9.45 ja naisia odotetaan sitten maaliin. Maaliin siellä noin 12.10. Miesten startti puolestaan on sitten 11.45, anteeksi naisten startti oli tietenkin 10.00, miesten 11.45 ja miehiä sitten siellä noin 13.50 odotellaan maaliin. Mites Pipo, meillä on tuolla menossa maailmankappia muun muassa tällä hetkellä. Mites siellä on sujunut?
Joo, Sveitsin Locarnossa kilpaillaan tänä viikonloppuna maailmankappi. Tänään on vielä knockout-kilpailut jäljellä. No, ihan ok mun mielestä. Tässä on vielä 2,5 kuukautta MM-kilpailuihin. Tämä on ensimmäinen maailmankapin kiertue. Podiumpaikkoja meille ei ole vielä siunaantunut. Toivottavasti niitä tänään tulee. Siellä on tosi kova taso totta kai, niin kuin huippu-urheilussa pitää ollakin, ja marginaalit on siellä pienet, ja meillä on tässä kuitenkin vielä hyvin aikaa kuroa niitä pikkueroja kiinni sinne kärkeen, jotta noustaan sitten mitalikantaan aikanaan Italian MM-kilpailussa.
No näin varmasti on, ja tosiaan tänään on siellä vielä kisat edessä, eli suunnistuksen täyteinen päivä kyllä kotikatsojillakin täällä menossa. Meillä on tosissaan nyt naisten viesti ensin. Mitäs mietit tuossa, että jos meillä oli aika vahva Kalevan rasti kevätyön viestissä aloittamassa? Mites tänään on?
No kyllä ainakin paperilla näyttää tänään, että Kalevan rasti on edelleen hyvin vahva. Marika Teini ei ole tällä kertaa mukana, mutta Ida Haapala taas on. Eli siellä on tasossa kyllä laajuutta Kalevan rastilla, ja uskon, että on aika selvä ennakkosuosikki tämän päivän viestissä.
Näin varmasti on, eli se laajuus merkkaa näissä kisoissa tosi paljon. Ketkä olisi sitten lähimpiä haastajia?
No kyllä varmaan Paimion rasti, ihan niin kuin kevätyössäkin siinä seuraavana, ja sitten Tampereen pyrintö. Että vähän tietysti tavallaan tylsältä kuulostaa aina mainita nämä samat joukkueet, mutta kyllä nämä erottuu siellä muiden edellä.
Meillä on usein näitä samoja seuroja täällä, mutta tällä kertaa haettiin ennakkohaastatteluun vähän haastavia joukkueita, myös muita ja myös nuoria urheilijoita. Ja käydään kuulemassa, mitä ajatuksia on Espoon suunnan Anni Jantusella ja Jämsän retkiveikkojen Heta Virkajärvellä. Me ollaan saatu haastatteluun 2 nuorta suunnistajaa, ehkä pienellä haastajakulmalla tänään. Espoon suunnan Anni Jantunen. Millainen paikka Viestiliiga on nuorelle suunnistajalle juosta ja mitä tää antaa?
No siis tosi hieno ja jännä paikka ja tosi hienoa päästä niinku huippuja vastaan juoksemaan, että se opettaa tosi paljon ja siitä saa tosi paljon niinku oppia omaa suunnistukseen.
Heta Virkajärvi, onko Jämsän retkiveikoilla samat ajatukset, täällä ollaan oppimassa vai lähdetäänkö jo suoraan ihan haukkaamaan isoa palaa?
No kyllä mä oon aina ollut silleen oppimassa täällä ja tosi nuoresta asti 14-vuotiaasta juossut näitä justiinsa, niin on aina päässyt kokemaan sitä pääsarjavauhtia ja no kohta siihen varmaan pitäisi itsekin alkaa pääsee, mutta oppimassa.
Nämä on erinomaisia oppipaikkoja. Teillä on tosi kova joukkue Espoon suunnalla ja olette hienosti aina haastamassa. Onko teillä asetettu jotain erityisiä tavoitteita Viestiliigalle ja tänne tänään Finnish Springiin?
No tietysti yritetään tehdä aina niin kuin joukkueena se meidän tasainen hyvä paras suoritus, että ei varmaan muita tavoitteita.
Mitäs Heta, millaisella asteikolla 0–10, kuinka suurella innostuksella te ampaiset tonne matkaan?
No, kyllä mä oon aina tosi innoissaan lähes Viestiliigaan. Nyt vähän jännittää, kun tosiaan tuolla armeijan puolella viettänyt tämän talven ei ole päässyt ihan täydellisesti treenaamaan, kun on ollut se palvelus siinä rinnalla, mutta urheilukoulu on kyllä antanut tosi hyvät puitteet. Niin kyllä ihan innoissaan lähes vettää matkaan taas.
Tää kuulostaa oikein hyvältä. Ei muuta kuin oikein innostunutta aloitusosuutta teille kummallekin.
Kiitos.
Tosiaan nuoria urheilijoita on paljonkin viivalla Viestiliigoissa nähdään. Meillä pyörii samaan aikaan nyt myös tänä vuonna nuorten Viestiliiga ja tosiaan myös tässä ihan aikuisten Viestiliigassa on paljon nuoria. Millainen paikka Viestiliiga on nuorille suunnistaa?
No kyllä se on varmaan erinomainen paikka päästä haastamaan vähän aikuisia ja katsoa missä mennään. Et ennen kaikkea se mun kehittymisen paikka. Et tässä on tänään esimerkiksi Espoon suunnalla meidän huippujuniorinaisia juoksemassa ja miesten puolella Jämsän retkiveikot taitaa olla kokonaan junioripitoinen joukkue. Et tosi hienoa, että he pääsee tänne haastamaan ja uskon, että näkyvät myös kuvissa tässä ainakin viesti alkuvaiheessa.
No ihan varmasti ja toivottavasti nähdään paljon meillä tuolla myös lähetyksissä sitten näitä nuoria nousevia talentteja. Jos katsotaan vielä hetki miesten viestiä, niin viime kerralla kevätyön viestissä niin HS vei ja siellä sitten ehkä hieman loppu Savolaisen Eetulla nouskissa matka kesken. Oliko näin?
No siinä oli tosi kova loppuveto Eetulla ja melkein saavutti Kalevan rastia, mutta Kalevan rasti kuitenkin...
Anteeksi, Kalevan rasti kyllä, mun moka.
Kuitenkin otti niin sen voiton siellä. Tänään Eetulla on taas mahdollisuus sitten kamppailla varmasti viestikärkisijoista, että miehissä ennakkoon voisi ajatella Helsingin suunnistajien olevan se ykkössuosikki, mutta Nouski varmasti haastaa tiukasti, kuten myös Tampereen Pyrintö. Kevätyön viesti voittaja Kalevan rastilta puuttuu Kirmulan Miika tänään joukkueesta. Se voi vähän vaikuttaa siihen, että Kalevan rasti ei ainakaan ennakkoon ihan niin vahva voittajaehdokas tänään ole.
Se on ihan totta ja HS:llä on kivenkova joukkue, mutta kaikki ne kivenkovatkin joukkueet tarvii onnea myöskin mukaan ja sitä sujuvaa suunnistusta ja kaikkea voi aina tapahtua, niin eikö me lähdetä seuraamaan jännityksellä kuitenkin varmasti tosi mielenkiintoista viestiä?
No näin tehdään, että tosi tiukka varmasti tulee taas tästä niin kuin Viestiliigat yleensäkin, ihan mielenkiintoista. Katsoa miten käy.
Näin tehdään, ei muuta kuin viestijännitystä myös kotikatsomoihin.
Good morning and welcome to Salo in Finland to the Finnish Spring Relay. This is the second competition of Viestiliiga 2026 and both the women's and the men's races are on the line today. It's only a week until, yeah, less than a week actually, until we have the start of Tiomila, the first major relay this week. So this is a very important test here in this rocky and quite demanding forests of southwestern Finland. If you wonder about the favorites, this question's quite easy to answer because we had just a couple of weeks ago Kalvan Rasti, which swept both the women's and the men's titles at Kevetian Viesti, and they will be coming here, of course, full of confidence, looking to make it 2 from 2. The women's go first, as you can see here at the start list. Their start is in about 5 minutes, and then the men, they will follow 11:45 local time, so 11:45 if you're looking from Central Europe. Of course, we will be with you all the way through the finish, and we'll have actually 3 TV controls, a lot of GPS tracking, and also running cam, so there's a lot of orienteering to look forward to. And if you still haven't gotten enough after a bit more than 4 hours of relay orienteering, then you can just switch channel after this competition here, because of course today is also World Cup Day, and you can follow then the knockout sprint. This has an impact on this relay. A couple of runners from the Finnish national team not on the starting line, but many interesting teams anyway. This is Kalvan Rasti, leaders or the winners from a couple of weeks ago. And interesting here, they got Ida Hapela back into their team. This was Elisa Mattila on the first leg. Ida Hapela will replace Marika Teini, so another strong runner. This is Paimen Rasti. They came second. At Kevetian Viesti, Emilia Vätäjä is going to run the first leg. For Tamperen Pyrintö, Anni Haanpää didn't run the first competition either. So a new face here this year on the starting line, running the first leg for Tamperen Pyrintö. Esbon Sunta lining up with Anni Jantonen on the first leg. They had a great competition, and at 5th, a couple of weeks ago, this is Sunto Iveskila, Anina Taipale. It's running the starting leg again for Sunto Iveskila. Can see it's rather good weather here. It's not too warm though. You can see the thick jackets, and so the hats they have on, all the volunteers, long arm sleeves here as well for the runners. This is MS Parma lining up with Son Julkunen. Came in from the second team a couple of weeks ago. Kalvan Rasti's second team, Mia Niitinen on the starting leg for her colors. Bib number 8, this is Rasti Karut. Mira Kaskinen running the first leg, did that as well a couple of weeks ago. Quite a experienced first leg runner here for Rasti Karut. Helsingin Suunnistajat lining up with Nora Hyrynen. She wasn't running the first competition of 2026, the 2026's Viesti Liiga SK Pojantäti, Heini Venman. And you can see there are 11 teams here in this front row, even more, but one of the teams ending up in the top 10, not at the start line today, that's Iktisa. The team from the Baltics, they decided to not come to this second competition of Viesti Liiga. I guess they are focusing on Tiomila with only a couple days, 6 days to go. But here is the start. They are all lined up, they are all ready to head into the forest. It's gonna be an interesting relay with 3 legs for the women, and off they go. Many teams on the way into the forest. It's gonna be tricky orienteering, quite hilly terrain. It's a bit rocky on the ground. It will be interesting, of course. Many forkings as usual in Finland. They had a competition yesterday as well, so it's orienteering weekend close to Turku. Again, it's not that far from Sabo, where we had the first competition of 2026, the Viesti Liga. Back then, a couple of weeks ago, we had night orienteering in the program as well. Well, let's say the women, they had part of it in the night. The men, they had a full night competition. But today it's all about sunshine and good weather for the runners on this first leg. Here we have Kalvandrasti in the lead already. Elisa Mattila, as I mentioned before, she was running the last leg for Kalvandrasti. And Marika Taini did a very good job on the second leg. She's not running today, as I mentioned before. Ida Hapala came back in the team. Otherwise, they're joined by Siri Silvenoinen again. Courses, maybe a few words about them. Expected running time here on the first leg, 42 minutes. It's a course of 5.9 kilometers on the first and second leg. A bit longer as usual on the third one. There it is, 6.5. So we expect the first changeover. So yeah, about 20 to 11. And runnability again. Quite often the case in Finland on these open rocks, on these bare rocks. Very nice to run on. It leads to the situation that you often try to actually run a bit on the hills, because you get good runnability there between the hills, down in the valleys. It's often a bit wet and a bit greener, so runnability lower. Usually you climb a bit more when you're running a competition like this to avoid to get stuck in the green. I tell you, most of the team still together. I see on the GPS we have one team going a bit further west, stayed on the Katten area. That's Laden Sunistajat with Karolina Ukskoski. Otherwise, what I can see, they are still together in one single group. Here, as soon as we get a bit out from the top of the hills into a bit flatter areas, visibility is very good. Just in this area, you can really spot the other runners around you. This is Tampere Pyrinta, Ami Hanberg, and here in the picture, I guess that's Espon Sunta. From what I can see, then it should be Anni Jantunen. Could be maybe Andrasti as well. Hard to see on the screen. Vilja Vätäjä. And from the Katten area they get onto a hill close to their controls. It's a forking here, 3 different controls. So they have to split up, they have to rely on their own skills, on their own orienteering. Of course, that's not very difficult if you're running in front, no one else disturbing you. far, I can't spot any problems for any of the runners. Paimen Rasti has the control. We have to go the most of the distance, the longest way to this first control. You can see Kalev and Rasti in the picture here. Elisa Mattila. So we have Paimen Rasti, Esbun Suunta and Kalev Rasti, the three teams here in the lead after control 1. Forking system isn't over at that point, so the next control, the second control part of it, I think we will get first indication about standings then at control 3. As a runner, you can see that you have to adapt quickly from this tricky, detailed hills to the quite fast terrain in between the hills. Of course, at those points where you don't have the marshes, not the lowest point, but if you're in a relatively flat slope here, runnability seems to be great. Visibility as well, so good speed here, high speed. For Esbun Suunta, very close to the control now. Starting to hesitate a little bit. Here it is. Difficulty at this control. You come over the hill, you have to drop down into the slope and the re-entrant. When you come up from above, the control flags very hard to see. Good job here by Anni Jantunen. Suunta, they had changed two runners, both Anni Jantunen on the first leg and Anni Mäki-Hokkonen weren't running the first competition Kevetian Viesti. They have still have Liisa Rasaka in the team running the last leg today. She was running the first leg at Kevetian Viesti, so they had to change the team quite a lot. Not the best direction here for Esbun Suunta. She is in the lead, but she is, as you can see here, direction wasn't good enough. Came too far to the right in running direction. Now hesitating, you can see that Paimen Rasti, Helsingin Suunisajat. Suunta Veskila, I think it is, on the way as well. Just at the border of the circle. That's always a tricky moment when you start to overshoot your control, because even if she corrects direction now, she will still have to go back, not really being able to see the flags. If she's very lucky, she will spot the other teams just punching the control. You can see that visibility not perfect at this point. It seems though as if she has control over the situation. Now she can see other runners here. Kalev Rasti. And that's the control. Yeah, with a little help of a friend in the figure of Elisa Mattila, she was able to punch that control in the lead anyway, despite her mistake. And there was a chance here to open up a gap for Esbun Suunta. And here we are waiting now at TV number 1. runners, the first ones in the women's relay. We have Ivian Rasti in the lead, Milja Vätäjä able to sneak past the others. Here we have Espoon Suunta, Kalevan Rasti, Helsingin suunnistajat. Suunto Jyväskylä as well. Waiting for Espoon Suunta's second team, Hiiden kiertäjät. Was there. Virkkejärvi for Jämsän retki Veikot, Heniven van Escaboyan Tati, MS Parma, Rasti Karut second team, Kalvan Rasti second team. Suunnistajat. It's quite many teams here now lining up. Still waiting for Rasti Karhut. We're waiting for Perempirinto's second team. They struggled a bit at the previous control. Also are waiting for Lapland Virkia. We had Rasti Karhut, we had Kove, Pargasiev. There's a big group coming here as well. 143. The gap now between those runners and Milja Vätäjä for Päivän Rasti. Quite exactly 10 minutes of running to this point. This control here, followed by a rather easy control at control 5. From there we have another forking system. But the terrain in the second part of the course, not really as detailed as the first one. It gets a bit flatter, smaller hills, few cut areas. 2 minutes and 41 seconds have passed now. This is the replay. You can see it here. It's a rather easy control to 5. You have this cut area with the vegetation boundary. You can follow almost all the way to the 5th control. Päivän Rasti choosing a bit differently, staying on the cut area. Didn't make any major. Here we are waiting for Kalevan Rasti. We are following Mattila out of control 6. Quite a few fallen trees here in this section. That's good runability just after the control. I think you could spot Espoon Suunta there to the left in the picture in the screen. Still going good here, Anni Jantonen. No problems as I can see. Otherwise at control 5 and one of the options at control 6, they have to split up here. 3 different controls. Kalevan Rasti already punched their option. That she had a short one at control 6. The other teams, if you have E or F, so 2 of the other options, Quite far to go. But then have a short leg to control 7. Here you have it. So Lisa Matila had the short one just after control 5. So the option can now go directly to control 7. Quite many of the other teams, they have to get to their control F and E first. And here we are waiting at control 7 for the runners. There is Kalevan Rasti. And the other runner in the picture was the camera operator, but we can also spot Esbon Sunta, I think it is. 15 minutes, a bit more, almost 60 minutes into this first leg of the Finnish Spring at TV Control 2, and still, or now for the first time at the TV Control, it is Kalevan Rasti in the lead, the winners of the first competition. 16:04. This is Esbon Sunta, Anni Jantunen, 17 seconds behind. There is a gap between the two of them to the next runners, to the next clubs. We are waiting for Päivi Rasti, Helsingin Suunistajat, Suunto Jyväskylä, Tampereen Pyrintö. This should be Päivi Rasti. Yeah, Vätäjä. Yes, indeed, 44 seconds. Next team probably Helsingin Suunistajat. Nora Hyrynen. Then it's Suunto Jyväskylä. And Jämsän Retki Veikot. Tampereen Pyrintö. Kalevan Rasti second team, Jani Tinen. Esbon Sunta second team, Rasti Karud second team. Pojan Tetti, Esbon Sunta, quite many teams coming in now. 1:28 on the watch. Yeah, it's an interesting situation now in this relay. We have Kalevan Rasti ahead of Esbon Sunta. The gap, well, 17 seconds. You can still spot the runner in front of you, but have to be very, very careful in order to not let that gap grow. And if you're heading into areas where it's a bit more dense, where it's a bit more green, of course you can't spot the runner in front of you. If you then do a small mistake, a bit of hesitation, then there's a good chance for Kalevan Rasti to break away here. It's a short control to 8, the 8th control, still on this Caton area. Then from 8 to 9, it's the longest leg of the course. Not the most difficult one.
Salon kaupungin hallituksen puheenjohtaja Simo Paassilta. Miksi suunnistus ja Salo sopivat niin hyvin yhteen?
Salolla on hyvin pitkät perinteet suunnistuksessa. Ensimmäisen kerran jo Jukovan viesti on nykyisen Salon alueella viety 1963. Ja edelleen jatkuu arvokisojen järjestämisen perinteet. Salossa löytyvät Suomen parhaat suunnistusmaastot, erityyppiset maastotyypit, no ehkä avotunturia lukuun ottamatta. Ja sääolosuhteet suosivat suunnistusta, sitä voidaan harrastaa täällä ympäri vuoden.
Millaisia muita liikuntamahdollisuuksia Salosta sitten löytyy?
Ehkä äskeisen vielä sellainen lisäys, että että angloinen ankkuri on suunnistusmaailmassa tunnettu käsite,
No on.
mutta Salossa on useita muitakin hyvin toimivia suunnistusseuroja. Salon Viesti, Salon Vilpas, Pertelin Peikot, Suomusjärven Sisu ja Rasti Permi.
Tekijöitä kyllä riittää.
Kyllä vaan.
Jos sitten tulee Saloon käymään, niin missä kohteissa ehdottomasti kannattaa vierailla?
Salossa Sauli Niinistön urheilupuisto tarjoaa harrastusmahdollisuuden lähes kaikkiin lajeihin. Teijon kansallispuisto on oivallinen retkeilykohde ja sitten Salon maaseutumaiset olosuhteet ovat oivallisia pyöräilyretkekohteita. Ja lisäksi Salossa poikkeuksellisesti on myös 3 golfkenttää. Salon golfi, Teijon golfi ja Viuruan golfi. Ja lisäksi on mahdollisuus talvella osallistua myös avaantoralliin, avaantouintiralliin.
On paljon tekemistä. Oikein paljon kiitoksia, Simo.
And as you probably noticed, teams splitting up, or to put it in that way, Esbon Sunta taking another route choice. I really doubt that it's gonna pay off. It's gonna be a bit harder for Esbon Sunta to run in the slope. It looks a bit rougher there as well, vegetation-wise, and it's a rather straightforward control if you keep it away, as we had Kalavandarasti. Can see it here. Also, Paimi and Rusty going a bit further down into this valley with the stream. I really like the execution of Calvin Rusty. Very straightforward. Esponsunta now heading towards this street there. Probably taking a few steps to the open area, and then heading in towards Control 9 from there, taking advantage of the street for a few seconds. So very good runnability, but I don't think runnability overall is a problem today. Here we are behind Mattila again, just entering the area close to the control. Not far to go for Mattila. It's a rather big boulder. Can't be too hard to spot, I guess. Just beside a re-entrant. Should be able to see the control, or at least the boulder, very soon. Hesitating a little bit. Here it is. No problems for Kalavan and Rusty, and you can see the gap is growing. Esponsunta losing time on this alternative route, and Paimi and Rusty, I would say about a minute behind as well. Vilja for Paimi and Rusty. Quite interesting that it's splitting up that much already on this first leg. I see many big mistakes or any problems here for the runners, major problems. But physically it seems that Elisa Mattila just has one gear more than the others. Approaching her 10th control here, no problems at all for Kalevan Rasti. Behind you can see that Espen Sunta, Päivi and Rasti get together here at control 9. So the two of them chasing Elisa Mattila from this point. Won't give away the location of the control, the gap compared to the chasing group behind is too big. Visibility too low. Also we have to climb up a hill just before the control, so not easy to spot them. This group is so big, one of them is definitely gonna hit it, the control. We have Helsingin suunnistajat Sunta Jyväskylä, Rasti Karud second team, Tampere Pirintö, Espon Sunta second team, MS Parma, Pojantetti. Yeah, a bit low, Espen Sunta. I mean, you could have exit control 9, climb 2.5 meters, and then get to this terrace just before the 10th control. Both Espen Sunta and Päivi Rasti drop down past those cracks and cliffs. Maybe not perfectly executed, but here they are. Rasti and Espen Sunta. The gap, I would say it's about 2 minutes now. Has grown from 17 seconds at control 7. And we follow Anni Jantunen now to her 11th control. This is a forking again, so 3 different controls. We drop down here into this valley and then climb up on the other side again. When you come up on top again, there's this forking located. Runnability and this, on the slowest point here, not that good, or runnability is quite okay, but it's fallen trees every now and then. You have to run around or climb over. And here is the climb again. I was mentioning, you go up there, and then on the top the control is located, one of the controls, one of the 3. To see that she still can see Päivi and Rasti and Milja Vataja a bit to the right in the picture. There's one control, the G control, just above, just in the uphill. You have to be precise when you climb up. If you have the H control or I control, you have a bit of time relocating on top of the hill. You can see she's not punching that one. Just taking help with direction from Päivi and Rasti, but then heading towards the next control. Must be either H or I. I think both of them heading towards one of those controls. You can also see that Kalevan Rasti already exits control 12. The greenest of all the controls on this course, no matter which control you have. Maybe most convenient then to have the I option, because it's just at the beginning of the green area. I guess that the H control would be the most difficult one at control 12. Doesn't seem like any problems for Päivi and Rasti. At least she's heading towards this crack there. There is hesitation from Esponsuta. There's one control. I guess she needs to go to the eye control. So not really control over the situation. She's still in the slope. She don't know if she thinks that she is on the right height to go to the eye control. This is the hill, you can see. She is a few seconds behind. I guess that she could spot Päivi and Rasti now punching the control. Here's the flag. So just a couple of seconds she lost on this one. But you can see it was probably enough for the teams behind to get in contact again. They're spreading out here on this forking. It's going to be interesting to see then if there's any team struggling with control 12. You already get the feeling that it's a bit more difficult in this part to navigate, visibility a bit lower. You can see that even if you look to the left, to running cam, even if it's white here, can't see that far. This is Päivi and Rasti. Both going to the eye control. This dense forest bit here. And no problems at this one. Quite a good visible crack. As I said, I think the most difficult of the controls here, the H control. Have any of the teams heading to this one? Pojantäti, Kalandrasti's second team, and Deves Parma. And we are waiting at control 13 for Kalevan Rasti. Elisa Mattila. She should show up in the picture very, very soon. 32 minutes, a bit more, have passed since the start. And she is all alone. Has been that from, let's say, control 7. She should be able to see her very, very soon. She is in the uphill towards control. Here she is. 33 minutes exactly of running for Elisa Mattila. I guess that the gap is somewhere around 2 minutes. From this point, actually, it's not that far to the changeover. It's only 3 controls left. I would say about 5 to 7 minutes. That's the replay. You can see Päivi and Rasti and Esponsuta, they both get first to the G control, then to the H control, but they need the I control. It's a bit interesting that they see all of the forkings, even without any other teams around, leading them to them. Many of the teams went to this G control. Yeah, there's a problem for Helsingin Suunnistajat, struggling really much with the I control. Overshot it, followed the other teams to G. That's not a good start. Or a good middle section here for Nora Hyrinen. Back behind Elisa Mattila and Kalevan Rasti. They won both the women's relay and the men's relay at Keväätjärvi Viesti, and now they're in the lead again at Finnish Spring. And this first leg with Elisa Mattila, who didn't run. She was running actually the third leg in Kalevan Rasti's team then, but not the first one, so she made the change here. within the team. We're waiting now 2 minutes, a bit more passed since the punch from Kalavandarasti. Should show up here in a few seconds. But almost 2.5 minutes. It's quite the gap now. We're still waiting for Päivändärasti. We are waiting for Espoon Sunta. The two teams you have seen for many minutes in this broadcast so far. Here we have Päivändärasti first into second position, 2 minutes 48 seconds have passed. Espoon Sunta's first team, 2 minutes 52. Milja Vätäjä and Anni Jantunen. Teams behind chasing, I would say about 50 seconds, 45, 50 seconds. Down compared to Päivändärasti. We are waiting for Espoon Sunta and Espoon Sunta's second team, of course, and Tampere Pyrinto next to this control. Kalavandarasti punched at control 14 as well, on the way to 15, the second to last control. Here we have Tampere Pyrinto, Amina Taipale. No, actually, it's Anja Halpe. Sorry. Amina Taipale, of course, is for Sunta Yveskilä. Punching here. 4 minutes. The gap for team 4 to 6 compared to Kalavandarasti. That's quite a big gap on this first leg. It's quite huge gaps here on this first leg. Such a strong race by Elisa Mattila, both physically and technically. I can tell you, she doesn't struggle at all, even at control 15. So she's on the way to the last control and the changeover. Many teams now in the picture here. 20 teams within 4 minutes and 54 seconds. I think that most of the favorites have passed here, but well, already 5 minutes on the watch. Helsingin Suunnistajat, you can see there, they struggled at control 12 in this green area and overshot the eye control. Back with the GPS, you can see Kalavandarasti punched at 14 and 15 on the way to the arena. So the arena's very close to this olive green. You can see in the lower right corner, so not far to go for Elisa Mattila. Lost the tracking for Espoon Sunta. Päivändärasti in a good way to control K. And the camera operator waiting at the J control. So this is Espoon Sunta. That's not the control we've seen before for Päivändärasti. It's a small marsh here. That was the other forking, that was the K control we could see there in the screen for a couple of seconds. Peltonen has to kind of switch from one of the hills to the next one, but here we are at the last control, and Elisa Mattila with a great first leg for Kalevanarasti. She will change in first position to her teammate Siri Silvenoinen. Was running the first leg at Kevetian Wesley, now positioned second here within the team of Kalevanarasti, and she's gonna have a gap of, let's say, 3 minutes and more. So it's a very, very strong opening for Kalevanarasti also today. Elisa Mattila 40 minutes 41. We expected a running time of 42 minutes. She was quicker than predicted, 1.5 minutes. And now the interesting bit for Elisa Mattila. How big is the gap actually? Didn't see any problems at all for Kalevanarasti throughout the course. Very straightforward for the favorites of today's race. With Espansulta was in third position. Remember, at control 14 she had a bit longer to her forking option. So I think actually we're gonna have Kalevanarasti first at the last control. The open area of the olive green to the right, so very close to the arena, but it's definitely gonna be Kalevanarasti first at control 16.
No oli kyllä tänään, että tuntui, että lihakset oli väsyneet, että ylämäkeä oli tiukkaa penkkaa, niin oli ihan, että jaksaako vääntää, mutta onneksi jakso yllättävän hyvin.
Selostus kaksikon mielestä sun askelus näytti leijumiselta ja hyppelyltä ja kevyeltä, mutta ilmeisesti sait kuitenkin vähän tehdä töitä, vaikka siltä ei näyttänyt. Miltä suunnistus sujui tänään?
No se oli ihan ok. Ihan sai kyllä olla tarkkaan, että oli välillä pahoja pisteitä, mutta ei tullut kyllä mitään semmoisia virheitä. Välillä vähän epävarma, mutta hyvä silti.
Erittäin hyvää lupaa teidän tämän päivän viestille ja tietysti myös sun koko kaudelle, kun on näin hyvä kunto, niin ei muuta kuin onnea hienosta juoksusta ja tsemppiä jatkoon.
Kiitos.
It's always a very good sign if you can give the interview just before the next runner comes to the finish, and the change over Milja Vetaja, changing seconds for Kalevanarasti. Didn't lose any more time here on this very last bit. 2 minutes 49 the gap to Kalevanarasti. Here we have Espansulta as well. Forgot to punch to finish. 3 minutes and 13 seconds the gap, and they will send out. So for Kalevanarasti we are gonna have Tuija Wiberg on the second leg, and Espansulta Anni Mäki Hokkonen. Mäki Hokkonen didn't run the first competition of Viesti Liga. Tuija Wiberg did actually. She was running the second leg also at Kevetian Viesti. Tuija Wiberg had the second quickest time back then, in the second legs. It's a strong runner. They are sending out to chase Kalevanarasti and Siri Silvenoinen, but on the way in now to the changeover we have Soto Iveskilä with Anina Taipale handing over to Lisa Peltonen. It's running the third leg. Tampere Pyrintö. There. She will hand over to Saidakini, was running in the second team for Tampere Pyrintö. At Kavatian Viesti, Espoon Suunta the changeover as well. Coming up, that's the second team. Mia Niitinen will hand over and send out Venla Kurakainen. 5 minutes now. 7 teams at the changeover. Here's a couple more to come. Ensin suunnistajat Rasti Karut, Kangasala, Tampere Pyrintö second team. Now suunnistajat Pojan Tätti. It's a big group here. MS Palvas there as well. Kavander Rasti's third team. And Sunto Yveskilä here a bit back in this second group, second part of the group. Put it that way. Over many teams here, even teams with higher numbers. 22 teams within 5:34.
Täällä ollaan uudestaan Espoon suunnan Anni Jantunen. Hienosti vaihtoon 3 kärjessä. Paljon kuului sinne matkalle myös pientä eloa niin sanotusti, mutta Elisa karkasi. Kerro vähän omasta suorituksesta.
Joo, no alku meni tosi hyvin. Tai 3. tuli pieni koukku, että siinä mä olin jo, en nähnyt muita siinä kohtaa. Sitten tuli pieni koukku 3. ja sitten oli taas pääsin porukkaan mukaan, mutta sitten jotenkin sillä pitkällä välillä, oliko se 6-7 väliin, siinä mä jotenkin jäin ihan yksin ja sitten en ehkä saanut tehtyä semmoista hyvää reitinvalintaa ja sitten vähän seilasin siellä edestakas, niin ei ollut ihan hirveän optimaalinen ja sitten loppuun tuli vähän virheitä sitten rastina tossa.
Sijoituksellisesti tosi hienoa ja samoin Paimion rastilla Milja Väätäjä. Etukäteen jo tuolla arvattiin, että tämä kolmikko Elisa ja Milja ja Anni on siellä kovakuntoisia ja painavat kovaa, mutta oliko Elisan vauhti sitten pieni yllätys kuitenkin?
No rehellisesti sanottuna ei se yllätys ollut, että jos 2 viikkoa sitten mä pystyin vauhdillisesti Elisaa ehkä haastamaan, kun mentiin jo omaa tahtia, niin se kyllä oli varmaan siitä sen yösuosituksen haasteista, että kyllä Elisa on fyysisesti niin kuin sanotaan eri kaliberia kuin minä tällä hetkellä, että Elisa on kyllä niin kuin, ilolla katon kuinka kovaa se pystyy painamaan menee ja suunnistaa vielä hyvin samalla, että kyllä se oli tiedossa, että Elisa on varmasti se napsun kovempi ja turha lähteä ylivauhtiin itse siihen yrittää roikkua, vaan tekee omaa työtä.
Teillä oli siellä aika paljon keskenäänkin yhteistä, näitte paljon. Tiesittekö te tilanteen kuitenkin, että tässä mennään sitten tosi lähellä sitä kärkeä?
No, mä en oikein ajatellut, että mä olisin ollut niin kärjessä, että sen verran paljon tuli virhettä, että ajattelin, että olisi vähän kauempanakin. No joo, siis vähän se oli ehkä vaikea tietää, kun tuntui, että aika alusta asti meni aika paljonkin yksin. Että ehkä jonkun verran hajontaa tai omaa valintaa, niin sitten jotenkin yritin vaan sulkea sen mielessä, että no ei sillä ole väliä millä siellä mä oon, että mä nyt vaan koitan niin toteuttaa hyvin, niin vähän vaikeista oli ehkä arvata, millä siellä menee.
Erinomaiselta näyttää teidän joukkueiden kannalta ja nyt ei auta muuta kuin toivoo, että joukkuekaverit vetää ihan unelmajuoksut siellä, eikö näin?
Hyvä. Kiitos.
Kiitos.
So we had Milja Väätäjä and Anni Jantunen at the interview. Unfortunately, I can't translate these Finnish interviews for you, but they had solid runs, a few struggles close to the controls for both of them. Every now and then not as clean as Elisa Mattila, and therefore the gap 2 minutes 49 or 3 minutes 13 in case of Espoon Suunta and Anni Jantunen. By now, a couple of more teams at changeover, as you can see here. 33 teams, 34 now. With Jämsä Retki Veikot second team, now there are more teams coming in to the changeover. But quite big of a gap, and I can tell you it went well here for Siri Silvenoinen. Cutting through the terrain like a knife through butter. Very smooth here in the beginning. Straight line to control 1. No problems at all. Towards the B control. And rounding this depression in the cutting area, I guess it's quite dense there, so we'd like to stay above the vegetation boundary. No problems to the B control as well. Very well done, very well executed by Silvenoinen. Päivänä-Rasti, no problems at the A control. She has no choice, has to go through this cutting area to the A option. Here we are behind Päivänä-Rasti and Tulia Wiberg. As I mentioned before, she had a good run at Kenneth University with the second quickest time on leg 2. Well, we can see here by Siri Silvenoinen tried to avoid the green bit when she had the chance to. Very, very dense in this lowest part between control 1 and 2. But no choice for Tulia Wiberg. She just has to go through it. We are waiting already at control 4, and we are waiting for Päivänä-Rasti and Siri Silvenoinen. There she is. No problems so far for Päivänä-Rasti. Let's see how big the gap is. It was 249, I guess. 250 almost at the changeover. I think Päivänä-Rasti has to go. Yeah, she has to go to the A control. Espoon Sunta to B. Sunta Jyväskylä to B as well. In my eyes, I would say that it's better to have B control, because then you have the chance to go around this green bit. A is both a bit further at the first one, and then you have to go through the green at the second one as well. Behind Päivänä-Rasti, Tulia Wiberg. Together again as consultant Päivänä-Rasti. Also Anni Mäki-Kokkonen. Screen to the left. You can also see that Sunta Jyväskylä is getting closer again. Isa Peltonen. Again, 2 minutes and 50 seconds was the gap between Päivänä-Rasti and Päivänä-Rasti at the changeover. Given the fact that Espoon Sunta and Päivänä-Rasti are together again, I guess there's a chance that this gap has grown again a few seconds. It's good here for Päivänä-Rasti. Espoon Sunta actually a bit off direction. See, it's this control we have been seeing struggles. So the first leg, it's a bit denser. has a few small trees here around the control, just at the corner of the circle. And it's interesting now, is Esposunda able to see the control to switch direction? Small mistake there, and chance for Rusty to make a gap again. No bigger struggles, but just big enough in order to open a gap of about 20 seconds between Rusty and Esposunda, and they are together now with Sunta Jyväskylä. You can see as well that there are more teams to come just behind. And the gap from 2 minutes and 50 up to 4 minutes and 10 right now. It's just growing. Silva Neunam opened really good here on this second leg. Fabian Rusty. Tulia Wiberg lost 1 minute and 24 seconds on the first 4 controls. Fabian Rusty, they've already punched at 5 on the way to 6. Here we are behind Kalavan Rusty again. Siri Silva Neuna, this is control 6. One of the options at control 6, and back at the TV control, you can see it 5.5 minutes very soon. 4 teams so far. Here's team number 5. It's Kalavan Rusty's second team. Then we have Tampere Pirintö just behind. It's the second team for Tampere Pirintö. And we have the first team as well, Saila Kinni and Emilia Tala for Helsingin Suunnistajat. Kalavan Rusty all the way to the next TV control already. TV2 at control 7. Here she is. She right there. No problems. Also at control 5, 6 and 7. Let's see if the gap is further growing. 57 minutes and 52 seconds. With Kalavan Rusty at control 8. It's not exactly the same leg here. Then if you think back to the first leg, there was a longer leg from 8 to 9. On this second leg here, there's a shorter one to 9 and then a longer to 10. Not the boulder in the cutting area, but one in a more diffuse area just behind it. See it here. So on the first leg, we had a longer leg into this cutting area just before control 10. This quite big boulder in the middle of it. We're kind of overshooting this cutting area, and the control located just on top. This small hill, quite a flat hill actually, once you're on top. The route choices suggest, the first one drawn here was basically the one that we have seen executed by Kalvanrasti on the first leg. Second one, we've seen as well of one of the teams. You can go and touch the street there in order to get direction, but seen or given feedback we have from the first leg, I think the quite straight one should be a good option here. If it would be night orienteering, I guess you would try to go to the southern one and get a bit of time on the streets. But it is as much day as it can get right now in Finland. Yeah, in which direction will Silvernoinen exit? Control 9. Looks to me like some kind of compromise, tending a bit towards the straight one, probably cutting over this cutting area, open area. You can see the difference. A bit further to the north, there are green dots in it. To the south, white dots. It should be a little bit less bushy to the south, where Kalvanrasti is right now. And for Siri Silvernoinen, that's a very, very good situation. I mean, she knew that she has a 3-minute gap approximately at the start. I guess she knew it. Usually coaches tell you about the gaps at the pre-warnings or TV controls. And I mean, she has Ida Haapala left at the last leg, so no bigger pressure. She doesn't have to decide anything. One of the strongest runners in the field coming after her. She can be out here in the forest and enjoy this Sunday morning. These are the chasing teams towards Control 7. Ivan Raspi and Esmond Sunda it's quite exactly 5 minutes, a bit more even. It was 4 minutes and 14 before, so still growing. It's exactly the standing we have seen such a long time in this relay. It is Kalvanrasti ahead of Päiväranrasti and Esmond Sunda. Tappra appearing to a second team, getting closer though. With Annie Jalava. First team should be too far. Saila Kinney. Guess she is approaching that control from the left. Here she is, together with Helsingin Suunnistajat. Almost 6 minutes between Kalvanrasti and Helsingin Suunnistajat, and Saila Kinney for Tampere and Pyrinto. This is the second team from Kalvanrasti. And Rasti Karut. Marching right there, 6 minutes and 19 seconds. Back with some GPS. Oh, there's a big mistake by Sunta Yveskela. What is she doing? She thought that she was running towards F, I think. I don't know where she thinks she is. Try to imagine that she thinks it's the spur where control F is, where she started to turn the angle. But wouldn't make sense even then, because then why should she go in that direction? She must think that she's even more to the west, that she had totally wrong direction. It's so hard to explain if you can't see into the runners' heads. Here she is, nevertheless. Huge mistake here. Isa Peltonen, you can see it dropped 5 positions, 7 minutes and 25 behind. Had a mistake about 2 minutes for Isa Peltonen. Switching back behind Päivi Rasti, Tulia Wiberg. Just after control 9, now starting the longer leg towards control 10. Hitting this cutting area. This is the part I have been talking about before. Cutting area with the white dots. Quite okay runnability here. If you look a bit further to the right, you would have an area with the green dots and lower runnability. The real reason to avoid this kind of open area here. Waiting for Esponsuta. So Annemäki Hokkonen getting a bit of TV time here. Still same situation as a couple of minutes ago. The two teams basically together. This long leg. Of course, they don't know that they have a common control here, so they both will be very, very careful entering the area close to the control. Talking about the area close to the control, Calvin Rasta very, very soon to approach control 10. Here we're back with Siri Silvenoinen. She is in the uphill towards the plateau where we have control 10. It will be interesting to see how it looks like up there. It looks rather diffuse if you look at the map here. I think it's a smart idea to try to get the cracks, cliffs, just before as an attack point. As a runner, it's very hard to predict how good the visibility is when you see areas like this. You have all these smaller green parts around the control, a bit to the left in the picture. So it can be a bit more dense here, even though it looks quite okay if you look into the picture to the left. You see that she's on the spur, on this bare rock, just a few meters to go. There should be the control in this re-entrance. No problems at all for Siri Silvenoinen once again. Back with the GPS, you can see that Päivi Rasti and Esponsuta halfway through this long leg. Still the gap to the chasing teams behind, I would say about 50 seconds. The tail 1 minute of the runners going basically the same way on this one. Calavan Rusty maybe not with the best exit from control 10, getting into this wet green area. Nevertheless, which control, no matter which control you have at 11, I think it's a smarter option to get a bit more to the west. You stay to the west of the red line, around the hill there, because it looks very... If you have green areas below cliffs, and also combined with water features, usually runnability is not perfect. On the other hand, she's getting on this yellow track, kind of line feature, where runnability for sure is a bit better. Could be an old ski track or just from some woodwork.
Me ollaan saatu haastatteluun tällä
Elvandra's
kertaa
second
kaksi
team.
nuorta miestä,
Choosing
lahjakkaita
to take advantage of the
suunnistajia.
streets.
Meillä on OK77 Jesper Donner ja Vehklahden Veikoista Joona Hirvilahti. Jesper, vad tycker du själv? Hur är det att springa i stafettligan?
No, jag tycker att det är bra med stafettliga, så får man mycket bra och hårda stafetttävlingar under året och det är alltid spännande att få starta på stafettliga.
Har ni UK77, har ni några speciella mål för hela stafettligan eller idag här i Finnspring?
No, idag är det mer att få ett sådär bra lagarbete och bra generalrepetition inför 10 mila. Och annars så har vi nog målen att vara alltid topp 10 i stafettligorna.
Top 10 låter riktigt bra. Joona Hirvilahti, eilen hieno juoksu nuorten kisassa. Tuntuuko nyt jalat tuoreilta?
No ei ne ihan yhtä tuoreilta tunnu kuin eilen, mutta kyllä ne ihan hyvin on palautunut. Varmasti pystyy tänään hyvin vetää miesten mukana.
Sulla on myös paljon tavoitteita tänä vuonna nuorten kilpailuihin ja henkilökohtaisella puolella. Miten sun kalenteriin viestiliigat osuu hyvin?
No kyllä ne osuu hyvin ja haluan ne juosta, että nämä on kuitenkin tosi hyviä harjoituksia, pääsee miesten kanssa juoksemaan ja taso on kova, niin kyllä ne menee aina kun vaan pystyy. Toki Jukolla jää tällä vuonna välistä, kun on järjestävä seura, mutta muuten kaikki viestiliigat olisi tarkoitus juosta.
Kuulostaa tosi hyvältä. Onko Vehkalahden Veikolla jotain erityisiä tavoitteita asetettu?
No toki mahdollisimman korkealle, että meillä on tänään ainakin tosi hyvä joukkue, että varmasti top 10 ja jopa ehkä top 5 sijoituksesta voidaan taistella hyvällä joukkueella. Tää Salo on sopinut ennenkin VVlle ihan hyvin, niin toivottavasti tänäänkin.
Eli molemmat joukkueet siellä top 10, jopa top 5. Tässä on tämmöinen pieni otatus selkeästi. Vad har du för förväntningar nu för första sträckan? Hurdan har du hört någonting från damstafetten redan?
No, jag har nu hört det ganska rynkytystä dit och man får ta det noggrant. Och jag har lite haft stött min tå, så jag tar det nog lite försiktigt och försöker bara hitta bra fram, så det borde gå ändå helt okej. Fysiskt så har jag känns det bra nu.
Okei, milläs tavoitteilla Joona lähdet sinne? Oot sä ajatellut nyt aloitusosuutta jostain erityisestä taktiikkakulmasta vai lähdetkö vaan letkan mukaan vai peräti vetämään?
No kyllä mä haluan sinne kärkipäähän lähteä, että siellä on kuitenkin helpompi juosta ja ei tarvitse siinä porukan mukaan tulla sellaista vähän eestaas liikettä koko ajan. Et sinne kärkipäähän ja omaa suunnistusta, hyvin omat hajannat ja varmasti tulee just paljon ylös alas koko ajan ja tiukkoja rastipisteitä, niin suunnistamaan hyvin ja juoksu pitäisi kyllä riittää.
Me uskotaan näin ja ei mitään paineita, mutta sinne kärkipäähän odotetaan kohta teitä puolen tunnin päästä alkavassa viestissä. Tsemppiä matkaan.
Kiitos, kiitos.
The picture, you could see that we still have Esbon Sultan, Paimen Rasti chasing Kalavan Rasti, but we now also have Eli Jalava for Tampere Pirinto with contact to those two teams. But still, no change of the situation at the top of the field. Kalavan Rasti without any problems. Also those tricky controls 11 and 12. And those three teams here in the picture, Tampere second team, Sponsunta and Päivärinrasti now entering. Interesting forking system. Controlling 11 and 12. A couple of struggles here, especially with the eye control, where we've seen many of the teams heading towards H in the slope on the first leg. Then after this control 11, the next one, short one, still a part of the forking system. Here you see the first of the controls. It's the G one, if you have this one. Here you can see it on the map. It's a tricky one, especially control 12. Päivärinrasti continuing towards what I think is going to be TH control, because if I remember right, they struggled at I on the first leg, so quite sure they're going to need this H control. Looks as if Tampere into the second team is taking the same direction, maybe heading up the slope a bit more now, so could be running towards the I control. Behind those three teams, we have Helsingin Suunnistajat ja Tampere Pyrinter together. Then there's another gap to Rasti Karhut. Will be interesting to follow now as Monsunta. There would be the possibility to run a bit further up the slope there, all the way to the top of this hill on the Barrock area, and kind of drop to the controls between the cracks. Let's keep that for a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, because we are focusing on the third TV control, and we are waiting for Siri Silvenoinen from Kalevan Rasti. 1 hour 17 minutes. She should be here any second. She's in the climb. Here she is, Siri Silvenoinen. Punching there. Up at the previous control. 5 minutes and 5 seconds. Back to the GPS. I was talking about the G control for Esponsunta. You would have the chance to climb up and head towards the small hill just under the circle at the border of the circle there to enter the control between the cracks. Would give you quite an easy attack point, and you can see Esponsunta, she was actually deciding to not use that, and this makes the control much more difficult. The other teams, no bigger problems. Yes, Helsingin Suunnistajat following to the H control. Now we have Tampere Pyrinter second team as the first follower of Kalevan Rasti. But I guess that Päivärinrasti is going to get in contact again. Will be more difficult for Esponsunta, even if they have a bit more straight line to control 13. Have to climb between the cracks down towards this marshy area. Tampere Pyrinter first team, Sailakinni. Getting to the H control right there. Doesn't seem like any problems. Let's see there, Suntui, Veskila, maybe a bit wrong direction towards 12th control, but we are back with Siri Silvenoinen on the way to control 14, just entering Cotton area. See it here. Definitely want to lift your eyes, your view, and looking towards those cracks just at the border, cabin area. A bit depending on which control you have, of course. She is running a bit to the left. You can see she is following this small hill. I guess she's gonna need the control in the re-entrant. Cutting the corners a little bit here, and then using the hills and the cracks behind as a help of direction. Dropping into the re-entrant, which leads her to the control. See, now she is kind of dropping into this re-entrant where the control is going to be located. Couple of steps below. Now she has to turn a bit more to the right, I guess. A few more steps to go. She should not have left this re-entrant in the first hand. But here's the control, no bigger problems. A little bit of hesitation. And we're back at the third TV control. 4 minutes past since Silvenoinen punched here. Remember the gap was 5:05 at TV2. And here we have Tampere Pyrintö's second team, and it's not 5 minutes anymore. It's just a bit more, 4 minutes on the watch. And let me see, Tampere Pyrintö, actually the gap to her was bigger before. That was 5.5 minutes. So very good middle section here for Tampere Pyrintö's second team. We also had the punch from Päivi Andrasti, 4:21, only 8 seconds behind. And Jalava, Julia Wiberg, and now we are waiting, of course, for Espoon Sunta as well. Did a mistake to control 12. About to do a mistake here as well. I'm quite sure they're doing a parallel mistake. Would be interesting to get GPS at this point. They were running direction over the marsh towards a crack. There were actually 2 cracks just before control 13, which you want to follow to the control, but she's following the wrong one, so she's definitely doing a parallel mistake. Will cost her another minute, I guess. So the chance now for Tampere Pyrintö to overtake Espoon Sunta would be very interesting to do the switch now to the GPS. And I wonder if here she is. She got control over the situation. I'm sure we're going to see the replay on Mäki Hokkonen. And I wonder if Tampere Pyrintö is doing a similar mistake here. It is a bit of a tricky one because you have to be very careful with direction when you cross the flat area just before the control through the marsh. Here we have them. Saila Kinney punching right there into 5th position, 5:57 behind Kalvan Rasti. I haven't seen that on the first leg that the runners struggled with this. On here you can see the replay. So Espoon Sunta already here a bit south of the line, then following up, climbing up that hill here, that slope, and then you can see now she's approaching the crack and she thinks that she's just a few steps further to the north, close to the control, doing the parallel mistake. About a minute of time loss there for Jalava. Now we have the punch from Emilia Tala, 6 minutes 33 behind. This is Sunta Jyväskylä. Lisa Peltonen, remember she had a big mistake, about a 2 minutes mistake at control 7. Now 6 minutes and 51 behind. Rasti Karhut should be next. Kalevan Rasti's second team. And there's a gap to Kangasala, Ojantetti, and Kalevan Rasti's third team. But here we are at the last control. Siri Silvenoinen, a good job here from the second leg runner from Kalevan Rasti. Also for her, after a very good job from Elisa Mattila. So this is the second changeover. For Kalevan Rasti still in the lead and the gap still more than 5 minutes. Looks like a very good day again for the team from Joensuu. Yeah, also she misses the Finnish punch, almost the biggest mistake of the course for her. Siri Silvenoinen, and here we have Ida Haapala, the star in the team from Kalevan Rasti. Didn't compete in the first competition of Gästliga. Now heading out into the forest in a very good position. And remember then that Kalevan Rasti running here without Marika Teini, and still such a great lead. We take a look behind the leaders. Kalevan Rasti, a mistake to control 14. So now it's a clear second for Tampere Pirint's second team. About 50 seconds ahead of Kalevan Rasti, and then another approximately minute to Espoon Sunta. Here we are behind Tampere Pirint's second team, and Jalava. She's on the way already to the second to the last control. But she has another 2 minutes to run in order to get there. So here we have the replay. First out, Tampere Pirint's second team and Jalava. Together with Päivän Rasti, you can see it. Päivän Rasti following a little bit too long, having to change direction. Quite late, losing about half a minute there. Espoon Sunta, no problems at control 14, behind Saila Kindi for Tampere Pirintö. Helsingin Suunnistajat, yeah, wondering. She's a bit off direction there. Probably gets the track and a bit of help with the direction to control 14. We are behind Tampere Pirint's second team on the way to the last control.
Siiri Silvennoinen, ja näin Kalevan Rasti porhaltaa siellä ylhäisessä yksinäisyydessä. Sulla oli erittäin vahva osuus ja näytti tosi hyvältä. Tuntuuko se myös hyvältä?
Tuntui ihan hirveelle. Oli kyllä eilinen kisapaino, no se oli kyllä ihan odotettavissakin, että ei siinä mitään ihmettä sinänsä, mutta varmaan näkyy telkkarikuvissakin, että mä kävelin ja kompuroin siellä. Oli kyllä semmoista, että hohoi.
Tuliko siitä jo semmoinen fiilis, että pitää vähän kurkkia olan yli, että näkyykö jo seuraavia?
No kyllä mä yhdellä aukolla katsoin, että onkohan siellä joku, mutta en nähnyt. Ja ihan hyvin pystyin alusta asti menemään rauhassa ja joka rastilta lähön otin oikein varmaan päälle parilla kävelyaskeleella, niin se oli kyllä hyvä.
Se näytti tosi vahvalta suunnistuksellisesti myös, vaikka olet itse sitä mieltä, että juoksu ei sujunut, niin ei pahalta näyttänyt kyllä kuvissa. Teillä on erittäin hyvä joukkue, lähti jo tänne mukaan. Marika tietysti tänään puuttuu, mutta onko tämä nyt semmoinen teidän viestiliigavuosi? Näyttää todella lyömättömältä toi tekeminen.
No alku on ainakin vahva. Toki meilläkin on viesti kesken, että mitä vaan voi tapahtua, mutta hyvin meillä on tää kevät lähtenyt käyntiin ja joka kisa on toki uusi. Kaikille samalta viivalta lähdetään, mutta tää on kyllä paras mahdollinen alku tähän asti.
No tää on samalla, kun tuolla ihan kohta saadaan vielä seuraavat maaliin. Ero oli tosiaan aika iso, niin kerro vielä vähän, että Millaista se käytännössä toi maasto nyt oli? Siis se on rynkytyksestä, on sanottu, on ylös, alas ja on välillä vähän puskaa, välillä näkyväisyyttä. Niin millä sanoilla sä voisit sitä vielä meille kuvailla, ketkä ei päästy sinne itse?
No oikeastaan on just mitä sä sanoit. Aika vaihteleva, välillä on tosi nopeita kalleja ja sitten loivaa alamäkeen pystyy mennä hyvinkin vauhdikkaasti, mutta sitten välillä aika kivistä ja risukkoista. Ja tossakin tuntui, ehkä oli eilisestä aika niin hitaat jalat, niin alamäet tuntui siltä, että miten tästä nyt pääsee, mutta kiva maasta kyllä.
Ei mitään, se oli kivan näköistä tekemistä. Onnea siitä ja jännitetään nyt vielä sitten, kuinka lopulta teille käy.
Joo, kiitos.
And as we are the interview with Siri Silvanoinen, we also had the changeover from Tampere into the second team, and Jalava was running out 5:21 behind on the second leg, so a minute quicker approximately the second leg compared to Siri Silvanoinen. We also had to change over from Päivian Rasti to Gabi Berg. 1 minute and 44 behind, so Rasti sending out Nymalm and competing to the second team, Karina Nurminen. Here we have Espen Sunta as the fourth team, 5:25 behind. Espen Sunta sending out Lisa Rasaka, Anni Mäki-Hokkonen, 5:25 behind. And the next team then we are waiting for is Tampere Pyrintö's first team with Saila Kinni. She will then send out Venla Taulavori. Venla Taulavori was running the third leg as well at the first competition, the third best time then. Here we have Saila Kinni. Shouldn't take too long until I think we can spot her there. Actually, Helsingin Suunistajat just behind Sunto Yväskylä as well. First out of the three teams is Tampere Pyrintö. As mentioned before, Saila Kinni handing over to La Taulavori. The gap is quite big though. Almost 7 minutes up to Ida Haapala from Kalvan Rasti. There we have the punch from Saila Kinni. Here we have Venla Taulavori, and we also have Helsingin Suunistajat with Johanna Hulkkonen on the last leg. So Emilia Tana on the second leg, 6:48 behind, then Sunta Yväskylä. Lisa Peltonen sending out Kaisa Klemetinen. Klemetinen was running in the second team at Kevetian Viesti. Now coming in as the anchor woman here at this Finnish Spring. Keep in mind that the first competition was actually night orienteering on that last leg, so not everyone is a specialist for this. So changes in teams could be due to that as well. You have to keep in mind what you're training for regarding Tiomila Relay to come, where we also have women's night leg, so maybe you would want to spread out possibilities there as well. So not everything due to strength.
Kakkos- ja kolmossijoilla tulitte tänään tuossa vaihtoon. Kertokaa vähän omia kommentteja, millaista oli tänään meno tuolla Finnish Springissä Salon metsissä?
No ihan kivasti meni, että tuntui, että suunnistus oli ihan semmoista sujuvaa, mutta on ollut vähän kipeänä, niin ehkä se paras fyysinen vire oli tänään pois ja aika rankka maasto, kun jyrkkiä penkkoja oli siellä tarjolla.
Niistä jyrkistä penkoista on mainittukin, mutta miten säkin olit eilen Enni mukana? Vaikuttiko se tänään?
No eilen mä maltoin ottaa vähän kevyemmin ja säästellä tähän viestiin, niin tuntui, että jakso tosi hyvin ja juoksu tuntui tosi hyvälle, että oli penkkaa, mutta se tuntui silti niinku ihan mukava.
Se oli vielä tehtävissä. Siellä oli paljon porukkaa, välillä vaihteli vähän sijoitukset. Miten hyvin siellä pystyi sen oman suorituksen pitää hallussa, kun menee hajontoja vähän ristiin ja toiset tulee vasemmalta ja oikealta?
No mun taktiikkana oli keskittyä siihen omaan suunnistukseen ja antaa muiden mennä menojaan ja ottaa sitten omat hajontarastit suoraan.
Ja se tuntui toimivan aika kivasti. Tiesitkö sä tilannetta, että mennään ihan siellä kärkipäässä vielä?
No kyllä mä aika lailla siinä pystyn aistimaan sitä tällä kertaa.
Ja me katsottiin myös väliajoista, että hienosti sä koko aika saavutit sieltä, vähän lähit takaa jo asemasta ja tosi hienosti niin nostit niitä sijoja, niin oliko tänään sellainen, että juna vaan kulkee ja yksi selkä kerrallaan poimitaan?
Joo, oli kyllä hieno nähdä, kun edes näkyi selkiä ja pystyi kuitenkin pitämään sen oman suunnistuksen hallinnassa. Et sai fyysisesti otettu hyötyä muista, mutta sitten taidollisesti pysyi kasassa. Oli kiva suunnistaa.
Se on hieno fiilis, pääsette jatkamaan nyt tätä mukavan osuuden jälkeistä fiilistelyä ja pidetään vielä peukkuja teidän joukkueille.
Kiitos.
Here we have the results or the standings. After 2 legs, it is Silvenoinen for Kalavandarasti for 23. Of Enjaleva, who did a great job this second leg. Actually having the best time there. Leg time 56 seconds ahead of Kalavandarasti Siri Silvenoinen. So a very, very strong performance by the second team of Tampere Pyrintö, especially by Enjaleva. We are back with Ida Hapala. I think this is control number 3. Yes, indeed. And she is not exactly at the control. She is quite far off, to be honest. She was doing what you've seen many other runners do on the first 2 legs. She was a bit high up the slope. Now getting to this bare rock area, she should be able to relocate here, because it's quite obvious that this is a bigger hill. She needs to figure out which of the bigger hills though. But she should be able to know approximately how far away from the control she is. But now we have had about a minute here at control 3 without getting closer to the control for Ida Hapala. You can see she's still standing. Not getting any closer to the control. This could be a decisive moment for this relay. She is following the slope here, kind of the border of the slope. But she is a bit too far away from the control, running too far back. Interesting, would be a feature to the left you could relocate with, actually, because it's kind of a knoll, quite a distinct one. So probably the chance here, still looking up into the slope. That's the critical moment now for Ida Hapala. That's the right direction to go. Probably the chance now for Hapala to relocate and get the control. Still not 100% sure. But she's on the right way now. I think she's going to get the control. Here it is. But that was about 1.5 minutes time loss for Ida Hapala. On the way to control 4 and the first TV control. Here we are. So still in the lead, and still it is a big lead, but 1.5 minute approximately mistake by Ida Hapala. And of course, the questions now, does it stick in her head? Does it have an impact on her mental condition towards the next control? Is she still able to run with the same amount of confidence? Or is it the beginning of struggles for the team from Joensuu? You can see the mistake here. Just staying too high in the slope. Many of the teams have been doing this mistake on leg 1 and 2. Especially the teams a bit going by themselves. I mean, if you're a group, you're more likely that one of the runners in the group is able to keep direction. But if you're alone and you don't see those cracks there, then you can struggle. Let's switch for a moment to the men's race, because the start in the men's race is going to be in about 5 minutes, 10:45. So we'll have a bit of overlapping there. You can see the starting list here. according to the results in the first competition of Viesti Liga, we had Kalevan Rasti there, as I mentioned before, taking both the women's and the men's race. So they are the favorites also in the men's race. We also have a very strong team from Ikalisten, Noseva Voima, and Helsingin Suunnistajat actually getting very strong runners back into this competition. They were running the first one without Oli Ojanau and Topi Syrjäläinen. Oli Ojanau, very interesting, running the first leg here for Helsingin Suunnistajat, and Topi Syrjäläinen going straight in as the anchorman, joined by Jussi Rasaka on the second leg. Many teams lining up in this men's relay, as you can see from the starting list. And now it's only 4 minutes to go. Here we have him, Oli Ojanau, the bronze medalist from the long distance, 2023. And the silver medalist in the relay, both 23 and 25. Very strong lineup. Oli Ojanau, Jussi Rasaka, and Topi Syrjäläinen. They're definitely about to challenge the dominance of Kalevan Rasti in today's relay. And it would be so important to get a good feedback only 6 days before the start of the first major relay this year, Tiomila, being held in Tranås next weekend in Sweden. With this new, it's not that new anymore, but we're gonna have 3-day legs first, then there's a break at Tiomila, and then the chasing starts for the long night. So this is gonna be very interesting. Of course, you can watch that one as well next week in 6 days here on IOF TV. But refocus now on Finnish Spring, Kalevan Rasti, the winners of the first relay, Kevätion Viesti, starting with Ville Pasanen. Ville Pasanen was running the second leg a couple of weeks ago. Here we have Ikalisten, Noseva Voima, starting with Thomas Kotro. So he was running the second leg back then. Interesting change there. Oli Markus Taivanen, who had a great run a couple of weeks ago, coming from the second team into the first team, running then the second leg. Here we have Oli Ojanau, didn't run the first competition of Viesti Liga. Neither did Topi Syrjäläinen, so this is going to be a very strong team here, Helsingin Suunnistajat. Team number 4, it's the second team for Ikalisten, Jona Huila. Ikalisten with 3 teams, top 10 at Kevätion Viesti, very impressive. Kalevan Rasti also 3 teams, top 11. But Tampere Pirintö with bib number 105, Antti Sakko. Turun Metsenkävijät second team, starting with one of the nicest moustaches in orienteering, Johan Ek Larsson. Strong first leg runner. Ikalisten third team, Mikko Knutila. Of course, if you're running the third team here for Ikalisten, that's still a very good chance to get into the first team at Tiomila. We're gonna have 10 runners then. This is Turun Metsenkävijät, starting with Daniel Kashin. Start number 109, Kalevan Rasti second team, Eero Sorsa. Tampere Pirintö second team, Topias Helminen on the first leg. And here we have the teams line up for the start to this Finnish Spring, the second competition of Viesti Liga 2026. Who is gonna break the dominance of Kalevander Rasti? They took both the women's race and the men's race in the first competition, now leading with a big margin in the women's relay again. This is a new race. This is the third race if you count the women's and the fourth race, basically, if you count the women's and men's races together. And the fourth chance for any other teams to take this victory. And the next year in the men's race, leg 1 6.3 kilometer, so is leg 2 a bit longer, 1 kilometer longer on leg 3, 7.3 kilometers. Expected running time on that first leg, 40 minutes. So we expect the first changeover 12:25 local time, 11:25 if you're looking from Central Europe or from a place where you have Central European time. And again, it's a lot of orienteering going on today. We have Viesti Liga here, approximately 1 o'clock. If you're still keen for some more orienteering, then just to switch channel about 10 minutes after this race here. World Cup knockout sprint semi-final will start in Locarno, Ascona, Switzerland. So you can tune in there as well. Only a short break in between. That's a focus for the next hour. Definitely hours, definitely on this relay. I think there was a relay. I wonder if this was a qualification. I will just double check that. Yes, indeed, Anni Mäki-Okkonen disqualified. Seems like a mispunch on the second leg. So Esponsunta, one of the top teams, one of the teams we have seen for a long time up there, and still is in this leading group or chasing group, just behind, or well, not just, but behind Kalevander Rasti. Not in the competition anymore, so let's keep that in mind. This is the new standings with 2 teams from Tampere and Pirito in the top 4. Still Kalevander Rasti in the lead. Here we are. This is a replay, I guess. Ida Hapala in the picture. I think we're gonna take her towards TV control 2. We missed that one when we had the men's start ongoing. Yeah, here we have it. This is the replay from Ida Hapala punching at control 7. Let's see how big the gap is. So at Q1 it was about 2 minutes, a bit more only. And here we have the next team coming to TV2. Kalevander Rasti was there, only 1:28 behind. This is starting to be really, really interesting here. So the gap at the start, 4 minutes, 44 seconds. We have seen the mistake at control 3 by Ida Hapala, but she continues to lose time here. Nymalm very, very close, only 1.5 minutes behind. This is the next one to TV control. This is Venla Taulavori for Tampere Pirinter's first team. We had the second team just ahead of the first team at the changeover. Now everything back in order again for the teams from Tampere Pirinter. Third position, Venla Taulavori 4:44. And the gap here was almost 7 minutes at the start. Of course, quite a big part of it due to the mistake at control 3. Here we have Tampere Pirinter's second team, Arina Nurminen. 5 minutes 21 behind, Ida Haapala. And in about half a minute, we should have the team from Helsingin Suunnistajat here as well. And we are looking at another half minute. Here she is already. This is Johanna Hulkonen. Six minutes behind, just exactly. So 5 teams within 6 minutes. But the story of this third leg so far, the time loss from Ida Haapala, the big star in Kalavanrasti, lost about 3 minutes on this first bit of the last leg in Finnish Spring. And unfortunately, we don't have the GPS for Päivienrasti, or at least I don't have it. You can see it here. No dots for Nymalm. We have Tampere Pirinter and Espoon Suunta, but Espoon Suunta out of competition, of course, due to the mispunch at the previous leg. This is Rasti Karut, Tina Niemi, 7:19 behind. You can see also here a bit different, and also the hint that Päivienrasti is no GPS device, or at least it's not working, but a different leg here to control 9. They were all different, first, second and third leg. Now a bit closer to the option we had on the first leg again. This is a quick change to the men's relay. We have only Markus Taivanen ahead of Ville Pasanen after 8 minutes of running. And there is a small gap. Here we have Hiden Kiertäjät, first team. 13 seconds of a gap. Next team to come should be Suunta Jyväskylä. Then Turun Metsänkkävijät, Helsingin Suunnistajat's 5th team. Tampere Pirinter's 3rd team. Mikko Knutila, Ikalisten. Jesper Donner, OK77, was Ikalisten 3. Now the teams drop in here from all direction. But there is a small advantage for Helsingin Suunnistajat and Kalavanrasti. Still waiting for Ikalisten, Thomas Kotro. Haven't seen him punch yet. Now we have him there, 9:31, 1.5 minutes almost behind. Here he is in the picture, I think. Ikalisten 126 behind. That's not a good start for the first team from Ikalisten. But still, there are many teams lined up in front of him. There's no bigger gap, so there's the chance to overtake a couple of positions and get closer to the leaders again. Switching back to the women's race, Ida Happala in the picture. On the way, just on on the way to the 11th control. Here it is. Just coming a bit far to the south. Very close to the control, but no major mistake here. And the interesting thing, of course, how big is the gap compared to Päivänrasti, because we don't have the GPS working for Päivänrasti. Nymal. And Ida Happala, she will now enter this trickiest part that we can figure out from the two previous legs. This forking system, after dropping down in this valley, then heading up the slope on the other sides. In my opinion, Happala is dropping a bit too low here. Probably trying to avoid one bushy area or an area with fallen trees just before or in the uphill. But he could have avoided running in the marsh towards control 12. So I think Ida Happala is heading towards the eye control. If you remember, that one is this stone boulder furthest away distance-wise. She was heading up to a small terrace, following your height into this. No risk that you get stuck too low. I think it's a good option. She's executing this one well. From here, this should be the boulder, right? Not yet. Getting closer to the control now. This is cracked just before control. From here, it's only a few meters to go. Now you can spot the boulder. And here it should be. Yes, indeed. No problems for Ida Happala. Interesting now when we possibly follow her for a bit longer. No, we won't. Back with the GPS. This is the replay. The long leg between 8 and 9 heading out to these cutting areas, as we have seen many of the runners on the second leg too. Following in the white forest all the way to the spur, falling down towards the stream. Probably falling down to the stream again here to avoid the green area before, then cutting area to 9, no problems at all for Ida Happala. Also 10, well executed, then a bit unnecessary to go down there. We've seen that on the first leg, I guess. Dropping out from control 10, you could climb right after the control. I think that would be the better option. But then here, very well executed once she was on top of this plateau, of this terrace. No problems at the eye control. Behind there, we had Esponsunta with problems, but again, Esponsunta not in the competition anymore. Miss Punch on leg number 2. And keep in mind, Pyro and Rusty not here in the graphics, don't have the GPS working for Amy Nymal. Yeah, so now we have Esponsunta out of the picture. Probably good for the relay that she's not together with Tampere Pirinto anymore. To not have an impact on her execution of a few of the legs, especially the ones just at the forking system at control 12. No problems for Haapala at 13. He's now on the way to the TV control, where we had a few mistakes on the second leg, parallel mistakes with the cracks. Can happen if you don't keep direction well through the green bit here in the marshy area. Not the easiest thing because visibility is quite low. It's totally flat down here. So you have to rely on your compass. And finally at control 14, we will also get the answer to the question, how far behind is Amy Nymalm? How far behind is Paimion Rasti? Great start in the beginning of the leg. But back with the men, here we have Olli Oja now. And I think it's still Ville Pasanen for Kalevan Rasti just behind 17 minutes of running. And we are already at TV2. Here we have the punch. Olli Oja now for Helsingin Suunnistajat. Not unexpected. And the Kalevan Rasti there as well, 2 seconds behind. We had a small gap at the first TV control. Still a gap here. I think that's a runner from the women's relay. So still waiting for the next runners to come. I think we can spot them there, but the gap will be a minute approximately. We have Tampere Pirinto, Antti Sako, Turun Metsenkävijät, Daniel Kashin, Ika Listen, second team, Jona Huida, KV, Bartosz Pawlak coming here, then Kiertäjät, Emily Suominen. We also had Mikko Knutila for Ika Listen's third team, Syrjalainen for Helsingin Suunnistajat. Second team, we also had the third team there, I think, for Helsingin Suunnistajat. Yes, indeed. And we have Lauri and Arttu Syrjalainen for Helsingin Suunnistajat 2 and 3. So many teams from the club from Helsinki in the top 13. Thomas Kotro there, still about 1.5 minutes for Ika Listen. Did not grow too much, but it's still a gap there, 1.5 minutes. So we have 40 teams here within, let's say 2.5 minutes. Some more teams to come. We have a gap there between Helsingin Suunnistajat, Kalevan Rasti, and the chasing teams, but after them, more or less together. Few gaps there with a few seconds, but I would say one big group. Of course, it's a long time to go from the end of the group to the top. Not grouping up too much yet. 64 teams. And back to the women's relay and the question, what happens? Meanwhile, we had the men's race. There's a mistake for Tampere Pirintö. Struggling at the G control. Seems to be the most difficult one at control 13. But again, the most interesting question here we have the replay from Ida Haapala at TV control 3. And the most interesting question, how big is the gap compared to Paimi and Rasti? It was 127 at TV2. And is it more? Is it less now? We don't have the GPS for Amy Nymalm. 25 seconds now. And Haapala out of sight from control from TV3. And where is Amy Nymalm? Where is Paimi and Rasti? Is it still an open competition or do we have a decision here? 55 seconds again. It was 127 before. 1 minute now. And here she is. This is Paimi and Rasti. This is Amy Nymalm. And it's only 109 now. So another 18 seconds closer to Kalevan Rasti. And a good speed out of the control here for Amy Nymalm. It will stay interesting for us because we don't have the GPS. And this is kind of the last TV control we have. Maybe we get some indication of running cams on the way. We are waiting for Tampere Pirintö to come to control 14. We know that they've done a mistake at control 13. We can also see that Helsingin Suunnistajat not having the very best direction out from 13. Should get a bit of help there with the power line. And especially with the poles from the power line. Basti Karhut much more straight. Keep in mind as well that we're going to see Espoon Sunta somewhere here in the picture, but they're out of competition due to a miss punch on the second leg. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I think it's fair to say that it's going to be a fight between Kalevan Rasti and Paimi and Rasti for the victory of today's second race of Eesti Liiga Finnish Spring. Here we have Espoon Sunta, but as I said before, they are out of competition. Miss punch on the second leg, so it's only Venla Taulavuori counting for the result list. 5:27 behind. I think all the runners we see here are from previous legs. And that should be another at least minute or even a bit more till we have a Rasti Karhut or Helsingin Suunnistajat to the third TV control. Back with Ida Haapala. Remember that on this last leg it's a bit of a longer course for the women here. So a different final loop for Haapala and a gap of 109 to work with. visibility, and I think Hapla is quite happy about that. In this final part, better again. Opens up compared to this forking system at 12. And you can see very, very good visibility. Maybe the chance, if you get about within like 40 seconds, that you could spot the runner in front of you, at least if she exits a control in a sharp angle. Here we have the next teams to come to 14. Rasti Karhut, Helsingin Suunnistaja, Kalevan Rasti second team. But in my opinion, if it's unnecessary to go to the north, because you're not rounding any marshes, you're not rounding the green area. The green area actually is thinnest if you go the way Kangasala is going. But of course, if you have the eye control at 13, it's very convenient to exit the control into this wide area, and then happens quick that you get a bit too far to the north. That's Karhut coming here. Tina Niemi, 7:53 behind. Traveling up 3 positions in the result list. Waiting for Helsingin Suunnistaja and Tampere Pil into the second team. Here we have Helsingin Suunnistaja and Johanna Hukkonen. Waiting for Karina Nurminen, Tampere Pil into. Yeah, that's her. At this very moment, we have Kalevan Rasti at the second to last control. It's about, I would say, 2 minutes until she will be at the last control. I don't think there has been a chance for Rasti to get closer, at least not when it comes to technical execution. Looked solid for Ida Hapala. Meanwhile, we have 9 teams, 9 minutes and 19 behind. Here is team number 10, Hiden Kiertajat. And I guess we are changing back to the leaders and the running cam. We're changing back to the finish. Here we have it's actually a live picture, so you can see Kalevan Rasti halfway to control 19 to the last control. Again, we don't have the GPS working for Kalevan Rasti. The running cams are on my GPS, and I think it's still about a minute between Ida Hapala and Amy Nymalm, so looks very, very promising for the team from Joensuu. Kalevan Rasti, they won the women's race a couple of weeks ago. They won the men's race, and they are very much about to win the women's race again. Ida Hapala on the way to the last control. Can see it there on the GPS. Only a few meters left for Hapala. Here we are behind Paimon Rasti, Nyman. You see, yeah, she is too far behind. This is unless there's a mistake at the last control, which I don't think will happen. And we are going to have in just a couple of seconds the winning team from Kalevanrasti at the last control. Here she is, Ida Haapala, joined by her teammates Elisa Mattila on the first leg, Siri Silvenoinen on the second leg. And I would say they did a fair amount of the job today because Elisa Mattila, she opened the gap. Siri Silvenoinen, she worked with it very well. There was more than 4 minutes after 2 legs. And Ida Haapala, after a couple of mistakes, in the beginning, she could defend the lead all the way to the finish, but it's not gonna be a long wait for us to get the second team to the last control because Jaime and Rusty is just a couple of seconds away. So we are waiting for Amy Nymal to come to the last control, and it's gonna be exactly the same results as we had in the first competition. Kalevanrasti most probably going it. We had them Kalevanrasti in second and actually Tampere and Pyrinto in third. So let's see how this develops. Here we have the team from Kalevanrasti, Amy Nyman, the anchor woman, taking her colors into second position. Julia Vätäjä was there on the first leg. Tulia Wiberg on the second leg, and you can see it was exactly 1 minute. So from 4 minutes 44 down to 1 minute. That was a great run for Amy Nyman. Waiting, of course, for the readout, for the download of the EMI device. And it's a bit of a longer wait now until we're gonna get the third team to the finish. It's Tampere and Pyrinto on the way, but I think we switch to the men's relay. Yes, indeed, this is TV control number 3. We are waiting for Helsingin Suunnistajat, and we are also waiting for Kalevanrasti. So here we have Kalevanrasti. There is Helsingin Suunnistajat. We have them there, but we have Tampere and Pyrinto in between. So Kalevanrasti in the Pasanen, just ahead of Antti Saikko. Pyrinto and Olli Ojanau also there. Bartosz Bablak for KV and Joona Huila for Ikälisten's second team. Here we have Turun Metsenkävijät, Daniel Kashin, Syrjäläinen and Lauri Syrjäläinen together. Ikälisten, first team, now very much closer again. The great second part here, or third part for Tuomas Kotter. It was 1.5 minutes behind earlier. Sinta Iveskla, 32 seconds behind Ikälisten. Third team, 36 seconds behind Kovalan Suunnistajat. Thomas Outinen, 37 seconds behind, and Eero Heinonen in 13th. For MS Parva's second team, Hiden Kiertäjät, first team, Emily Suominen, and Veikot, Joona Hirvilahti, 59 seconds, so 15 teams within 1 minute. It's 1.3 kilometers from here to the changeover. In the men's relay. Teams still dropping in here. And I think the situation has changed a little bit. If we look back at TV Control 2, we had a gap between the two first teams. And then basically it was a bigger group. I wouldn't really call it a group. It was a swarm of runners. but still no bigger gap between the runners for about 3 or 4 minutes. That's still the same, but all the way from the leaders.
Suuret
Not really a
onnittelut
clear
Kalevan
leading group.
Rasti, myös täältä toisen viestiliigan osakilpailun voitto. Pienessä tuulen pyörteessä tässä otetaan haastattelua. Iida, siellä oli jännittävä ankkuriosuus, kuitenkin pääsit isossa keulassa matkaan. Kerro vähän, millainen osuus sulla oli?
No, itse suunnistin aika huonosti. Tein siihen alkuun aika isonkin virheen, mutta sitten yritin vähän rauhoittaa pikkusen semmoista jotenkin ehkä tökkivää ja teknisesti aika huonoa toteutusta, mutta onneksi oli niin hyvät joukkuekaverit, että oli reilusti keula. Se vähän auttoi tänään.
Sulle sallittiin tällainen virhe. Meillä on paljon myös nuoria katsojia täällä ja sulla oli kameramies perässä yhdessä virheessä siinä. Huomaatko sitä, millainen paine siitä tulee, kun sä tiedät tekeväsi virhettä ja kamera on mukana?
No itse asiassa voin sanoa, että kilpakumppaneiden kannalta juoksin koko matkan yksin, mutta suuremman osan radasta juoksi kyllä kameramies perässä, mitä yksin tuolla meni. Et käytännössä melkein koko matkan joku seurasi, että eihän se tunnu kivalta, kun ei tarkalleen tiedä, että niinku, mistä sen rastin nyt ottaa, vaikka tietää, että se on tosi lähellä, mutta sitten ei kyllä auta, kun yrittää keskittyä siihen karttaan ja metsään, että ei sen enempää antaa häiritä sen, että kuka siellä perässä juoksee.
Nämä on tosi hyvät vinkit tuolla. Paljon sai moni varmasti tästä itsellensä tulevaa varten. Siellä oli jännät paikat, mutta varmasti oli suuri luotto, Siiri, sullakin ankkuriin, eikö ollut?
Joo, vähän hiekkaa silmissäni. Ei itketä, mutta täältä kurkistelen. Mutta oli kova luotto sekä Elisaan että Iidaan, niin tosi kiva kyllä kisata teidän kanssa.
Näin varmasti. Elisa, millaista tällainen nyt kertoo tästä teidän tämän vuoden viestiliigasatsauksesta? Me kaikki koetaan, että nyt tämä on nyt ihan huikeata näytöstä, mutta oletteko te varautunut lähtemään ihan tällaista työtä tekemään joka viestiliigaa?
No, kyllä me ihan vissiin ollaan kaikki viestiliigaosakilpailuihin ihan menossa ja paljon kovaa porukkaa seurassa ja innokasta juokseen, niin se lupaa ihan hyvää jatkoakin.
Teillä on laaja taso siellä ja nyt Tiiumila lähestyy. Onko teillä jo joukkueet Tiiumilaa varten?
No,
selvillä?
Ei ole selvillä, että saa nyt nähdä, eiköhän nyt lähipäiviin tuu sitten.
Ja kaikkiin osuuksiin ollaan valmiita?
Joo.
Toivottavasti siellä tulee hienoa suomalaismenestystä esimerkiksi just teidän toimesta. Ei muuta kuin onnea vielä tästä ja kohti seuraavia koitoksia.
Kiitos.
And as we had the interview here, we also got Tampere Pyrinto to the finish as the third team. There was a sprint between Taudavori and Rasaka, but of course that was unnecessary because Esbon Sunta disqualified. But let's take the first leg from the men's heat here. From the men's competition to the finish, we had Olli Ojanau there in first position, Tampere Pyrinto just behind. So those are the first men on the way to the changeover. We have Helsing Sunistajat first, then Antti Saikko for Tampere Pyrinto. Just behind Helsingin Sunistajat second team, Arttu Syrjäläinen. So this is a change over here from the men. Helsingin Sunistajat changing to Jussi Razaka. Tampere Pyrinto. Antti Saikko giving the map to Severi Kummalainen. And more teams here in Helsingin Sunistajat second team, Mika Listen, Nouseva Voima in fourth, Sunto Ileskela fifth, Ika Listen, Nouseva Voima second team in sixth, Helsingin Sunistajat 13, Kovalan Sunistajat 8, Kalon Rasti 9, NS Parma second team in 10, so Kalon Rasti, Ville Pasanen was in the lead, or at least close to the lead for a long time. Now is about 22 seconds behind. 21 seconds. So no major gap here, but still not in the total lead. We had a few changes up there. We had almost a gap for Olli Ojanau and Ville Pasanen at the second TV control. Then they were caught again at TV3, and it is one group until let's say position 11, 26 seconds. Then there's the gap to Mikko Knutila. And another gap to Turo Metsenkäviät's first team. Right here we have Vekalaton Veikot, Jona Hirvilahti, 122 behind. Chasing Turo Metsenkäviät, Daniel Kashin. Next runners to the finish. Aimen Rasti, Turo Metsenkäviät's second team. There's MS Parma as well. Sidit. Sitten kiertäjät, Turun suunnistajat. Espoon suunta. 20 teams, 2 minutes and 5 seconds have passed. More teams about to change here. MS Parma's first team, 2:14 behind. Tampere Pirintö's 13. Turun Metsenkäviät's 13. Another team from Tampere and Pirintö. And the Lapuan Virkia in 25th, 2:26 behind. More runners to come here. But it's not exactly the same situation as we had at TV controls, where we basically had no gaps between the runners. It was quite spread out, but one big tail. Now it starts. We start to see gaps in between the runners here. So I think that's showing that the speed is quite high here. That they're not attending the controls in groups. They're more coming as a tail. Usually an indicator for quite a fast race, good runnability.
Ja näin, kolmen kärki. Tässä on vähän sinistä ja punaista väriä tällä kertaa. Erittäin jännittävä osuus oli siellä. Paljon nähtiin videoissa, että Olli painoit siellä ja vedit koko aika, mutta seuralaiset vähän vaihteli. Kerro vähän osuudesta.
No joo, alku oli siinä aika kova ryysi. Sitten oli tosi tommonen paha taimikko ja siellä ryskittiin kaikki ehkä vähän stressaantuneena, että oliko tää oma mikroreitin valinta niin kauhean hyvää, mutta rastit napsi siinä alussa hyvin ja Kalevan rastista Pasasen Ville niin viime vuoden SM-viestin tapa oli mulla siinä seurana ja siinä on kyllä hyvä vetää, että Villellä on aina kuitenkin se omaakin kontrollia pystyi parilla rastilla myös kuittaamaan, että siitä sai apua ja vedettiin hyvin, mutta sitten yhden pidemmän välin jälkeen niin vähän lepsurasti ottoi siinä ehkä parikin sekkaa ja sitten nämä kaverit alkoi saada jo selkää kiinni, että se oli varmaan silleen ratkaisevaa. Sitten oli semmoisia lyhyempiä tiukkoja välejä, niin vaikka vedin siinä aika sujuvasti, niin niin sieltä vaan saalistajat tuli kiinni lopussa.
Ne tuli ahnaasti siellä takana ja selostajat huomioikin tämän, että oli tuttu SM-viestin kaksikko siellä paineli ja melkein jo vähän pääsitte siinä karkuunkin, mutta kyllä sieltä kovaa tultiin. Muun muassa Antti Saikko, miten itse kommentoit sitä, että kun tiesit, että siellä edessä vähän mennään ja letka venyy, niin millaiset paineet oli jahdata?
Joo, no ei hirveän iso painetta osannut ottaa sinne, että piti vaan suorittaa sitä omaa työtä, mutta alussa toki huomasin, että kuten Olli sanoi, mikroreitin valintoja, mutta itsellä tuli selkeä väärä reitin valinta niin kuin isommassakin kuvassa, että vaikka ei sinänsä isoa virhettä tehnyt, mutta huomasin, että jäi jälkeen ja isolla aukoilla jotenkin näkyy Olli ja Pasasen Ville selkä siellä, niin, mutta ei siinä auttanut tietää, että pitää vaan yrittää tehdä se oma paras loppuun asti.
Sinne oli sitten pikkasen jahdattavaa, kun näkee, niin tulee ahnas askel ja se toimi.
Kyllä se ainakin motivoi pitää sitä vauhtia mahdollisimman korkealla.
Kyllä. Selostajien mukaan oli ehkä, Arttu, sulla tänään semmoinen kasvojen pesu edellisestä avauksesta. Oliko se, mitä lähdit tekemään?
No ei, se on ollutta ja mennyttä kevättyöviestiä ja eteenpäin. Nyt oli
oli taas hieno startti ja oli kiva, että päästään avaamaan tuon. Vähän ehkä edelleen semmoista hermostuneisuutta tai pikkukoukkuja siellä täällä sitten, niin aina se näkyy letka siellä eessä, ei auttanut kuin jalalla latoa niin paljon kuin jaksoja. Aina kun oli saamassa jätkiä kiinni, niin sitten ehkä vähän pyörähti taas rastia ja se oli semmoista kissahiirileikkiä koko matka.
Se pikkasen välittyikin siitä, mutta kuitenkin ne pysy maltillisina ne kaikki pienet virheet ja oli homma kuitenkin hallussa.
Joo. Ihan tosi pieniä kauneusvirheitä ja aina sen verran, että vähän otti päähän ja joutui taas tekemään töitä.
Sitten sitä nousee se tossu sitä kovemmin, kun ottaa kiinni. Erinomaiset alku ja erittäin jännittävä viesti, koska väkeä tuli tosi paljon ihan siinä sekunteilla teidän perässäkin, niin lähdetään jännittää, kuin viestissä tänään käy.
Kiitos.
So here again, the final results from the women's relay. Ida Haapala for Kalvan Rasti taking the second consecutive victory here in the first two competitions of Gästeliga 2026. 1 minute ahead of Päijänne Rasti, Amy Nyman. And in third, Venla Taulavuori for Tampere Pyrinto. It's in fact exactly the same result as we had in the first competition. Kalvan Rasti in front of Päijänne Rasti and Tampere Pyrinto. So back to the men's race with replay of the start to this second leg, and now we get a closer look at the course as well. It's quite similar. First control, but the women, they had the first control about where they are now, and the men all the way to where the women had the second control. You can see that Ikalista losing second team losing a bit of time there, heading into a bit too far into that valley. But here we are already at TV1, and it is Jussi Arasaka for Helsingin Suunnistajat. And, well, there is no other team so far. We are waiting for Tampere Pyrinto. You can also see that, of course, it has been forked here. So differences, not only due to the running speed and technique, it can also be due to the forkings. This is very easy to spot Ikalisten with Oli Markus Taivanen in his legendary shorts. Then in third position, Tampere Pyrinto, Severi Kymmalainen, 33 seconds behind. But there is now a small gap between Helsingin Suunnistajat or Jussi Rasaka and only Markus Taivainen, and we are waiting for more teams to come. Kove should be here. Think there is a team from Helsingin Suunnistajat, but first Kove. Helsingin Suunnistajat, then we have Lahden Suunnistajat. No, it is Suntu Veskilä. Sorry for that. 1 minute and 2 seconds. The gap between the first runner and the sixth runner. Here we have more teams to come. Aleksi Karpinen for Ikalisten, Arttu Lindqvist for Kouvolan Suunnistajat, Helsingin Suunnistajat 3rd team, Turun Metsenkävijät, Kalvan Rasti here in 11, 28. So Kalvan Rasti, they had a gap of think about 21 seconds. Now it's 1:28. Not a perfect start for Santeri Silvenoinen and the winners from the first competition. But we are only 1.4 kilometers into this second leg. So it's approximately 25% of this leg, which is 6.3 kilometers long. Waiting for Virkenaden Veikot. You can also see there, Jussi Rasaka, quickest so far. Not a big surprise because he has opened the gap. So, good start there for Taivainen. And the 4 teams now at control 3, 3 minutes 25 seconds. And Helsingin Suunnistajat already on the way to the 5th control, no problems at all at control 4. It's quite a tricky one as it seems from the map. You drop down from a hill into the slope. It's quite a obvious re-entrant though. Always when you come from top, running down the slope, you have to be very, very precise. So this is the replay. Tampere and Pirintö running together with Ikalisten and Kobe. Few meters more to the east. See, no problems for Helsingin Suunnistajat. The tail 20 seconds. It was about the gap he had before. No problem at 5 either. Then a quick exit down the slope into the flat area. Probably heading to D. Just guessing from the direction. I think if you would have the F control, you would more likely exit 5 in the slope or parallel to the slope without dropping too much. Control 7, then the next TV control. I think we'll be there in about 5 minutes. Maybe even a bit quicker. Interesting exit there from Kalevan Rassi's second team. Control 3, heading towards the street and then avoiding the climb over the hill. I think that's quite a smart option actually. Especially if you're running alone. No problems at control D for Helsingin Suunnistajat. It will be interesting to see if Tampere and Pirintö is going to head towards D as well. I guess that Kobe more likely to run towards E. Or even F. It was a smart choice to drop down from 5 right away. I think Ikalisten, Oli Markus Taivainen lost a few seconds in the slope. Here we are. Jussi Rasaka, the leader for Helsingin Suunnistajat, is on the way to the TV control. The gap right now a bit smaller than it was at the last TV control, but the other teams just behind him, they still need to go to their forking. And very good runability, but also very good visibility, so I think that actually Kobe is able to see Helsingin Suunnistajat in front. Front of them, yeah, no, they're slowing down, they have to go to the control. It would be interesting to go to the GPS now, because it looks like a difficult moment for Kobe. Stopped now on a hill, should be easy, or should be possible to relocate from there. Yeah, now I think he has control again, but losing about, say, 25 seconds. Now he's turning though. Focus on Kobe there. They stopped. They were together with Ikalisten. Yeah, now they have control 6, but I would say 30-40 seconds mistake for Kobe. Daniel Pontura running the second leg. For the team from Tampere. Which means for Kove then. We have Ikalisten, Olli Markus Taivainen towards the F control. That looks very solid. But see the gap. It was before. It was about half a minute. Is it more now? Here we have Jussi Raseka for Helsingin Suunnistajat. Second leg. No other team in the picture. Punching right there. 56-14. "26 seconds the gap at TV1 compared to Olli Markus Taivainen and Ikalisten Nouseva Voima. This is Turun Metsenkäviet, I think. And to the left we have Severi Kymäläinen and Tamperen Pyrintu. Metsenkäviet with Samu Heiska. And back there could be Ikalisten. Here we have Ikalisten at the control, Olli Markus Taivainen now 47 seconds behind. Samu Heiska, Turun Metsenkäviet 51. This is Kove and then Tampere Pyrintu. So Kove with a mistake at the forking. Now in fourth position. 56 seconds behind. Seems to have a good speed though. Kalevan Rasti in 6th, Helsingin Suunnistajat 7th, and Veli Kangas in 8th. Suunnistajat should be one of the next teams to get here. Arttu Lindqvist. It's one of the choices not shown that often in broadcast, so could be this one. Yes, it is indeed. Light blue colors for Kovalan Suunnistajat. So interesting. Sixth position, 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. We had Kalevan Rasti there. The winners from the first relay with Santeri Silvenoinen on the second leg. He was running the last leg at Kevetian Viesti. Now running second. We are gonna see Lauri Nenonen running the anchor leg for Kalevan Rasti. A couple of weeks ago, he was running in the second team. Did a good job there, and now he got promoted into the first team of Kalevan Rasti onto the anchor leg, so that's quite interesting. It's kind of a similar story like we have in Ikalisten, where we have Olli Markus Taivainen got into the first team after a good performance at Kevetian Viesti, and Ikalisten, if you look at the anchor leg there, they have Eetu Savolainen. One of the hottest guys for last legs probably in the world right now. Is performing at Viesti Liga. Very good results also from international competitions, both individual and on the big relays. So this is going to be very, very interesting. And Helsingin Suunnistajat, as mentioned earlier, They're gonna have Topi Syrjalainen on the last leg. He wasn't running either a couple of weeks ago, so that's interesting as well. I think many of the runners, forest specialists, a couple of weeks ago, they were in a training camp in Lithuania preparing for the European champs. So we had a few runners not competing then, back now. But of course, we had other runners competing a couple of weeks ago, which are not running today due to the World Cup races in Ascona Locarno this weekend. Ongoing right now, I think, the quarterfinals there. Interesting to see that Helsingin Suunnistajat, they actually choose to go and take advantage of the street here. You see Rasaka. I'm not sure if that's the quickest option. We have seen in the picture when we had the running cam following the women on this long leg that the runnability is quite good, even in the Catton area, which is ahead of the runners there, just before Control 9. On the other hand, you get a chance to relax a little bit, to let the focus get away from the map. Sometimes that's good, in order to be able to focus again, refocus when you get closer to the controls. It's quite tough to be 100% focused throughout 45-50 minutes, so it's good if you get 1 or 2 minutes you can think, or you can stop thinking and just focus on the speed. This here seems to be one semi-big group with MS Parma, 2 runners from Ikalisten. Try to figure out who else it could be there. Looks like Suunto Jyväskylä, but not sure about that. So the gap was 47 seconds at Control 7. Interesting to see. I don't think it's going to be 47 seconds anymore. Turun Metzencaveat definitely on a better option here, between 8 and 9, more close to the red line, more straight. Samu Heiska, overall a very good performance so far by Samu Heiska. Strong relay runner for Turun Metzencaveat. And he's able to push away from the others in the group. You can see Ikalisten and Olli Markus Taivainen a bit further south, followed by Tampere Pirintö Kove and Kalavan Rasti. And I think we're gonna get pictures from Control 9 because I see that there's a running cam waiting there. Here we are. So this is still Helsingin Suunnistajat and Jussi Rasaka in the lead for... it's been in the lead for quite a while now. 47 seconds it was. I think it's less. And those are not runners from the men's relay. About 15 seconds have passed now. This could be Samu Heiska. Yes, indeed. So 25 seconds, I would say. Good job here by Samuelska, following him out of control 9, getting now into this area with the forking system. It's exactly the same forking system as we had in the women's race. Beautiful orienteering here. Good weather, nice terrain, good runnability. But you can feel that the temperature not the same as at the World Cup in Ascona Locarno. They all run, all of them have long sleeves and even gloves. Not many degrees plus here in Finland. This the execution. You see Raseka lost about 29 seconds. That was the feeling I got as well. It's just too far. Would be a perfect execution for a night leg. But of course, you save a bit of energy. Shouldn't underestimate that. On the other hand, the course about 45 minutes long. Should be energy from the beginning, from the start to the finish. Now entering here. This interesting bit, Samuelska, I think, is on the way to the eye control, the crack, and actually Helsingin Suunnistajat just a couple of seconds ahead of him. Probably can even spot him if we are a bit lucky. But Helsingin Suunnistajat heading towards the other control, the boulder above, H control. But Samuelska very close to Jussi Rasakan. There is definitely a gap down to Ikalisten Kove, Tamperan Pyrintö and Kalevan Rasti. Interesting now to follow. They approach the next controls. We also know that to this point, runners didn't struggle so much with H and I at control 11. If they struggled, they often followed another runner to the wrong control. But there were struggles at the G control in the women's race. So Helsingin Suunnistajat punching at this crack. That looks very good. Turumets and Caveat now, I would say, should be possible for him to spot Jussi Rasaka. Can't see him on the screen, but he's close and on its way to eye control. You can also see that it starts to track up a bit. Not that far, that difficult to find the way to your control anymore. I think the difficulties now occur if you follow too long to wrong control and you lose those tracks which lead you to the control. Behind this group, looks like everyone had either I or H. Can also see Helsingin Suunnistajat a bit further north here towards the next TV control. Wasn't super quick in the women's race. Yeah, now he's starting back. I think that's a good decision. One of the teams there should have the eye control. I think we have Ika listed. Yeah, they have H and Kalevandrasti. The others have to go to the eye. And it will be tricky now for Kovalan Suunnistajat, Artur Lindqvist to go to G. Yeah, that's well executed as well for Lindqvist. So in just a couple of seconds, we should get the leading teams to TV Control 3. We have Helsingin Suunnistajat and Turun Mets and Caveat with gap compared to Ikaliste, Kalevan, Rasti, Kove and Tampere Pyrintu. Here we are waiting then for Jussi Rasaka. Here he is, still in the lead. How big is the lead compared to Ikalisten, Noseva Voima? Or, well, it was Ikalisten there. Second TV Control, it is not anymore because we are waiting for Turun Mets and Caveat and Samu Heiska. Yeah, still it is 21 seconds or 20 seconds between Helsingin Suunnistajat and Turun Mets and Caveat. That's the replay. Final part of the forking system, and also from the way the route to the TV Control, you can see that the group there. There's 3 runners together, and then there's Tampere and Pyrintu. But they will come here, approach this control all together, I guess. It's Helsingin Suunnistajat third team, Helsingin Suunnistajat second team there as well. Don't think we had them in the GPS graphics. Then we have Ikalisten. We have Kalevan, Rasti, Kove. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Yeah, it is a bit more. It was just below a minute at the second TV Control. So had that El Pampura, Kove. Yeah, we have Severi Kymäläinen. I wonder if he did a small mistake here, Severi Kymäläinen. Thought that he would be almost together with the group. A disadvantage for the team from Tampere. Will be tough to get back into the group. As we follow Jussi Rasaka over the cutting area to control 13. It's a forked control. There are 2 different options. Either you have the marsh or a re-entrant. Rasaka definitely heading towards the marsh. Should be located just behind spur here. Yeah, not exactly where Rasaka expected it to be. You can see it here. So now I think, given the fact that it's a bit quicker to go to K, I think we have a change in the lead because Samu Heiska should be able to overtake Rasaka at this point. Will be a bit closer as well at the next control. And well played by Rasaka. If you have the J control, you should use that small track system in order to get to your null. But still, I think there is an advantage for Turun Mets and Caveat if you look at the way to the last control, because you can avoid that hill as well using the tracks. But there won't be a big gap between Turun Mets and Caveat and Helsingin Suunnistajat. Behind we have Kove, Tampere and Pyrintu. Actually, Kove having to go to the K control. Interesting that they end up at the J control anyway, probably because there were other runners as well without any GPS device. For example, Helsingin Suunnistajat. Here we have Daniel Pampura for Kove. Just punching at that K option. I can see Olli Markus Taivainen, Ikalisten. Samu Heiska for Turun Metsenkävijät. He will then send out Uldis Upitis, a Latvian runner, for Turun Metsenkävijät's first team, and Helsingin Suunnistajat, as I mentioned earlier, Topi Syrjäläinen as the anchorman. Those the two first runners expected. Starting on the last leg of Finnish Spring Relay. Quite a few runners here without any GPS device in this chasing group, especially the two teams from Helsingin Suunnistajat. I think they will get one then at the start to the last leg. And talking about the start of the last leg, this is Samu Heiska finishing the second leg here on the run-in, taking Turun Metsenkävijät up into the leading position. You can see he's pushing really hard at a great second leg, Samu Heiska. And he will send out Uldis Upitis as the anchorman. How big is the gap compared to Helsingin Suunnistajat? And you see Rasakau is coming here, not really matching the speed of Samu Heiska on the last meters. He will send out Topi Syrjäläinen. So it will be a fight between Syrjäläinen and Uldis Upitis, at least in the beginning. Let's see if there are other teams able to get into the fight for the victory today. But 21 seconds, the gap between Turun Metsenkävijät and Helsingin Suunnistajat. We are switching back to the last control. No other team yet to punch there. It will take another couple of seconds, I guess, 10 to 15 seconds, until we will have Kove, Kauanrasti, Tampere, Pyrinto to approaching this one. Also know that there were other teams around without any GPS, so don't be surprised if there's another runner showing up, as here, for example. This is another team from Helsingin Suunnistajat. Then we have Kove, Daniel Pampura, and they are on the run-in, so this could be, I think it is Helsingin Suunnistajat's third team, Einari Heinero. Helsingin Suunnistajat's second team, not too far away either, and but they are, let's see here, a fight between Kove and Helsingin Suunnistajat. Yes, indeed, it was Einari Heinero. And Kove sending out Silt here on the last leg. Lauri Silt it is. And here we have interesting name, Eetu Savolainen for Ikalisten, 1:44. The gap. We are also waiting for Kauanrasti and Lauri Nenonen. This is Severi Kymäläinen. He will send out Elias Kukka on the last leg. So 8 teams within 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and this is gonna be an interesting last leg. There are so strong runners on this anchor leg, and the gap is only just 2 minutes for 8 teams. Especially in the beginning, just around control 2 and 3. Seen a couple of mistakes on previous legs. We will get a good indication about the situation at the first TV control, and how will it develop as we get further teams to the changeover. Kovalan Suunnistajat here in the light blue. Bäckeladen Veikot into 9th, I think. Yes, indeed. Matti Suutari. Then Kovalan Suunnistajat Arttu Lindqvist. Gap 3 minutes 33. Dennis Parma, second team I think it is, Kristo Heinman.
Vau, mikä osuus
On the
takana.
way in to the
Samu
changeover,
Heisto
it's also the
pääsi
first team
pistelemään
coming.
sieltä kärjessä. Miltä nyt tuntuu?
No aika mahtavalta, että kyllä niinku pitkään vastustanut, niin nyt oli kyllä sellainen laukkapäivä tänään. Oli nautintoa koko matka.
Eli sekä juoksu tuntui hyvältä, suunnistus tuntui hyvältä ja kattelit vaan, kuin siistiä tää on.
No aika lailla kyllä. Vähän tietenkin kun taas noita penkkaa tuli Pohjanmaalle muuttanut, niin sitten taas treeniympäristö oli vähän erilainen. Sitten kun tulee vähän enemmän penkkaa taas, niin saman tien menolla vähän niissä puuskuttaa, mutta kun ottaa pikkas niisimmin ja sitten lyö sinä tasaisella, niin sekin toimii ihan hyvin.
Se toimii. Näyttää erittäin hyvältä nyt Tumelle tää viesti tällä hetkellä. Täällä on sitten 2 kappaletta jälleen Helsingin Suunnistajien miehiä ja siellä Jussi pääsit tulemaan 20 sekkaa Samun perässä ja jonkin verran näittekin ehkä loppuradasta toisianne. Miten sun osuus tänään sujuu?
Ihan hyvää perustekemistä. Sillä yhdellä pitkällä välillä tuli kyllä tosi heikko reitinvalinta varmasti, mutta muuten ihan ei mitään ihmeellistä.
Siellä oli paljon muitakin ja tiesit, että takaa tullaan ja edessä menee ja joka suunnassa on porukkaa niin millainen tilanne tämä on? Kun teilläkin kova joukkue ja tiiumilla lähestyy, niin miten semmoisia paineita kestää?
No, kyllähän se totta kai jännitti jonkun verran ennen lähtöä, kun tiesi, että meillä on kova joukkue ja pitää vetää hyvin, mutta ei siinä niinku mitään muuta voi tehdä, kun koittaa vaan parhaansa.
Se alkaa selkeästi tulla jo sieltä selkärangasta myös. Sullakin on eikä paljon kokemusta viesteistä ja jälleen tulit sieltä erittäin upeasti ja sait tuotu 3. sijalla teidät vaihtoon. Teillä on hieno meininki menossa. Millainen kilpailu tämä on myös seuran sisäisesti?
No onhan tää kovaa ja täytyy sanoa, että itselle se tosi motivoivaa, kun alkaa tehdä tiukkaa mahtuu joukkueisiin, mutta tietää, että sit jos mahtuu, niin on saamat vaikka mihin. Ja tänään oli kyllä hyvä semmoista pitkäyöharjoitusta.
Hyvä pitkäyöharjoitus ilman lamppua kuitenkin. Oliko sulla mielestä maasto ja rata sellaisia, mihin te olitte pystyneet jossain seuran ennakoissa valmistautumaan?
Aika pitkälti joo, että yllättävän semmoista työstöä ja isoja mäkiä.
Siihen oltiin selkeästi valmiina. Mitä ajatuksia viikon kuluttua koittavaa tiiumilla varten?
Eiköhän lähdetä tekemään parhaamme ja katsotaan mihin se riittää.
Kuuluisa vastaus. Me lähdetään luottaa kaikkiin teihin suomalaisiin siellä ehdottomasti ja suomalaisjoukkueisiin. Kiitos.
Kiitos.
So here we have the standings after 2 legs, 2 of 3. Samu Heiskanen, you could see it before. By far the fastest, the quickest on the second leg, about 1:24 I think it was, quicker than Jussi Rasaka. A great performance here for Turo Metzenkämpiät on the second leg. More than 20 teams now to the changeover, 5:54 for the top 10, the gap. Sunto Iveskilä there. And this is the replay of Helsingin Suunnistajat. Unfortunately, you can see it there, Turo Metzenkämpiät's GPS just stopped working in the beginning. I think it's showing up again, so might be a bit lucky to see them again. Helsingin Suunnistajat choosing to stay on height using the cutting area. I'm not sure if that's the quickest option. But you can see different forkings here at control 1 and 2. Quite a few mistakes in the women's relay around the A control, which was kind of the pre-warning for the TV control. Now we are behind it to Savolainen on the way to the second control, one of the options. And Savolainen started out, let me see here, 1 minute and 44 seconds behind the leaders at control 3. We're going to have the first TV control, and I can tell you, looks like Turo Metz and Caveat is a bit off direction to this third control, which we see in the picture here. So I think actually we're going to have Helsing and Sunnista at first. Topi Syrjalainen, here he is. And how is it going to develop with Turo Metz and Caveat? Because he is off direction. He's doing a mistake. "17 seconds now. He would have had the chance to be the first one here to the TV control. Here he comes. Uldis Upitis. Mistake to control 3. No, that's not the right direction out from the control. Where is it? Can go there, obviously. But Ikaliste Noseva Voima Etu Savalainen from 140 behind to only 33 behind. A great start for Ikalisten. Then we have Rasmus Toirila. Had a great run a couple of weeks ago at Kevation Viesti. 46 seconds behind. Lauri Nenonen, Kalevan Rasti, also here within a minute from the leaders. Lauri Sild here for Kove, 1:11 behind. Then Helsing in Sunnistad's third team. And the quickest, you can see it here, Savolainen, 17 seconds ahead of Nenonen. And again, Toirila with a great start. This again the mistake from Uldis Upidis. You can see that he lost control there. Not really in the right area. About, I would say, half a minute of a mistake. The runners now on the way to the fourth control. Topi Syrjalainen in the lead. I would say 25 seconds ahead of Turo Metz and Caveat and Ikalisten with Savolainen. And again, control where he dropped from the hill down into the slope. Next runner to come to the TV control. This is Tamperan Pirinto and Elias Kuka, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The gap here. Teams now, 3 minutes and 15. And again, take a look at the leg time so far. Savolainen, 7 minutes, 38 seconds, 17 seconds quicker than Nenonen and Toirila. Then there's a bit of a gap to Virkajärvi from Jämsen Retki Veikot. Turun suunnistajat with Touko Seppä, NMS Pharma, Tukka Mäkkinen in 13th and 14th. And the leading teams, they have now punched control 5 on the way to 6. So this is this forking option before we have TV control 2. Having Rusty into 15th, 451, Emil Jansson. So this is the GPS as it is right now live. Helsingin suunnistajat stayed quite far up the slope. I guess they're going to go to the F control or then to the E control, definitely, or hopefully not to the D control. Turun Metsenkävijät seems to be heading towards E. So is Ika Listen and Eetu Savolainen. Kalvan Rasti behind, also going to F. Nenonen and Kove has the D control, so quite they are splitting up quite a lot here to the different options. Interesting from Kalvan Rasti, staying on the street for a very long time, in my opinion. This is Syrjäläinen. Syrjäläinen. And Turun Metsenkävijät, they're not far behind Syrjäläinen. I would say it's about 25 seconds. And you can see quite far here in this bit. Syrjäläinen in the downhill now, then having to pass this lower area with marsh to the right and the Katten area and the marsh to the left. Using like a bridge here in between the marshes and then climbing up a hill just behind to his control. It's very obvious, it's very easy to spot these bare rock areas in the terrain. They're good to navigate with. You can see that runnability is great in this section. This is one of these light yellow kind of paths from earlier tracks. And Turun Metsenkävijät's GPS device stopped there, so I don't think they did a mistake here. Still together with Eetu Savolainen, but as I said, I think Kalvan Rasti is gonna lose time here, heading towards the track. Let me see how big the gap was before. Lauri Nenonen was 57 seconds behind. I think it's more now. But we will get the feedback, the ultimate feedback at control 7 at the TV control. This is Savolainen and Uldis Pupitis, so Ika Listen and Turun Metsenkävijät on the way to the 7th control. Couple of seconds ahead already in the open area. There we have Helsingin suunnistajat and Topi Syrjäläinen. He will be at the key TV control in just a couple of seconds. Here is actually. And the lead he had at TV1 was 26 seconds compared to Uldis Upitis. So 26 seconds. But I think the others are coming very, very soon. You can see it there on the GPS. It's definitely not 26 seconds anymore. Here is Savolainen only 15 seconds behind. And here we have Uldis Upitis as well for Turun Metsenkävijät. So 3 teams, I would say, together now in the fight for the victory. Then there's a gap down to Kalavan Rasti. They just punched at Control F, but losing time on this route choice here. Mentioned it before, just below a minute was the gap. It's gonna be more than a minute now. So waiting for Kove. But this is going to take another 40 seconds from Kalavan Rasti's appearance. I think we can spot Kalavan Rasti here. Lauri Nenonen. So yeah, he lost time on the route choice. Wasn't a huge miss, but it was a time loss. Rasmus Toirila, unfortunately no GPS device on him. In 4th, 1:16 behind. He was 45 seconds behind, so he lost time. Here we have the time loss, 26 seconds by running this route compared to Topi Syrjäläinen. This is Kove. And another team from Helsingin Suunnistajat. The third one, Pauli Leinonen. They are chasing now Kalavan Rasti. And Helsingin Suunnistajat second team. At the top teams on the way from 8 to 9. It's a long leg. We have different options. You have the chance actually to go out on the street. It's the same as in the women's relay. Different courses here in these sections. So nothing similar first compared to second and third leg. Or well, similar, but not the same controls between 8 and 11. Elias Kuka for Tampere Pyrinter, 3 minutes and 13 behind. Next team to come, Jensen Retki Veikot, and then Vekeladen Veikot. So this is the long leg I was talking about. You can see Helsingin Suunnistajat with this small margin. They had from control 7, chased by Ikalisten and Turo Metsen-Keviet. But of course, the teams behind Savolainen and Opitis now able to spot Syrjäläinen. I think they're together now. Here we are behind Nenonen from Kalavan Rasti. He is quite exactly a minute behind the leaders, even a bit more. Halfway through the leg to control 9, together with Helsingin Suunnistajat. The second team, Rasmus Toirila. Very good runnability. You can see hard ground. Makes running easy in this section. And well, I wonder if there is a small gap. Yeah, maybe it's a bit too much of interpretation between Ikalisten and Turumets and Caveat, but he's definitely not as close to Syrjalainen as Savolainen. Uldisupidis has to be a bit careful here in order to not to drop too far behind. They keep in contact with the other two teams. Vandrasti behind, we have seen he's running together with Toirila from Helsingin Suunnistajat second team. And now the leading teams on the way to the 10th control. About 20 minutes left of this last leg of the Finnish spring relay. And it's a fight between Helsingin Suunnistajat, Ikalisten, and Turun Metsen Caveat for the victory. And well, let's not count out Kalvandrasti, about 1.5 minutes behind, but I would say that it's a big advantage for the three teams in the picture. This is Eetu Savolainen punching at control 10. Then we have Topi Syrjalainen. And yeah, here we have Uldisupidis. Yeah, it's not a gap there. Still in contention. And a couple of common controls here between 7 and 11. Control 12, 13 then. The last forking system. So let's see if that's gonna bring us a decision already, or if we have to wait, or if we have the privilege to wait a bit longer in order to see the decision here, the final decision. Savolainen taking the lead here. Syrjalainen is very close behind. Here we have the control. This is control number 11. So now they're heading into the area with the last forking system. So first we have the downhill, then the climb into the slope on the other side. And there we have the three options with a knoll, a crack, and a boulder. I have the feeling that it's quite tough for Upidis to follow the others. There are a few too many meters in between to feel totally comfortable about the situation. Of course, he always has to read the map because it can be forked at any time, so you're not allowed to drop focus and contact to the map, but at the same time you shouldn't let the others run. And this will be very, very important now for Uldisupidis to keep in contact in this forking system. How you can see that all of them have the G control. Bit unfortunate for us, would have been much more interesting. Otherwise, now they have this G control. Would be very interesting to get the pictures all the way to the control, because I expect it to be quite dense around there. I haven't seen any pictures from this area, any live pictures. We have seen runners go to the I control, but not the G. And again, it's Savolainen, then it's 1 meter down to Syrjalainen, and then it's about 10 meters to Upidis. He's having great speed, he's still there, but if he just hesitates for a moment, then he will lose the others. He has to be very, very careful here. Spent the winter in France, Upidis, in Albertville. Competed in a few competitions in Switzerland as well on the way home to Latvia. No problems at the G control. We cannot see it's not that dense around here. I think the problem often that the runners around distract you, or possibly distract you. Behind, we can also see Kalvan Rasti going to I. We also know that we have Helsingin Suunnistajat's second team just around there somewhere. And Kove doing a mistake to control 11. Didn't climb enough. That's the risk. If you don't climb just after the control at 10, then you have to risk that you're too low. You get past those cracks. Never really go up on the top of the terrace. And now I think it's going to be difficult for Kove and Lauri Silt to relocate and get the control before Jämsän Retki Veikot and Tampere and Pyrintu. I think he was able to relocate, but still will be interesting to see who is going to approach control first. Kalvan Rasti punched control I at control 12. And in the leading group, you can see that Syrjalainen going a bit further north compared to Savolainen and Upitis. Then this is going to be interesting to follow. So we have a TV control at control 14. It's the last leg, which is about 1 kilometer longer than leg number 1 and 2. So from 14, it's actually a different loop in the very end. We have about 13 minutes left of this final leg from the Finnish spring relay. And we have an interesting fight between Helsingin Suunnistajat, Ikällisten Nouseva Voima, and Turun Metsänkävijät, the victory. So here we are waiting last TV control of this last leg. And we are waiting for Topi Syrjalainen, Eetu Savolainen, and Uldis Upitis. So that they split up a little bit out from 13. I think they come together. Here's Syrjalainen, still first or first again. There's Savolainen. There is Upitis, yeah, still a few steps behind. But it is actually 5 seconds between each of the runners. So now on top, and as I mentioned before, different last loop now for the anchor leg. Behind we see Kove heading towards the G control. Jämsän Retki Veikot. What could probably H and Tampere and Pyrintu I. So they have to split up the two teams. There we also know Helsingin Suunnistajat's second team just around there somewhere as well. Probably a little bit ahead of Tampere and Pyrintu and Jämsän Retki Veikot. Small mistake by MS Parma at the I control. So you can see Calvin Rusty close to the TV control. Now we can be waiting here and see if it is Lauri Nenonen who is coming first, or if Rasmus Toirila for Helsingin Suunnistajat managed to get a gap in between the two of them. Still only had the punch from three teams, Helsingin Suunnistajat, Ikalisten and Turun Metsäkävijät. And we have 2.5 minutes now. Here is Nenonen. There is Toirila. They're still together, more or less. 2:45 behind. Yeah, the gap here is growing. It was 1:18 or 19 at TV2. So at the last TV control, we have more than 2.5 minutes up to the leaders. So I think it's very fair to say that we have a fight for the victory between three teams. And you can see it's only 4 controls left for them. We have the GPS device from Helsingin Suunnistajat and Topi Syrjäläinen still going. The other one stopped there on the way between 14 and 15. But there's a running cam waiting at 15, so we'll definitely get the feedback if they're still together or if anything happened in just a couple of seconds. Here we are. We had Syrjäläinen in the lead just a few minutes ago. Meeting at this boulder, camera operator is hiding. Now I can see Syrjäläinen, I can see Savolainen. And where is Upitis? Where is Upitis? Yeah, there are a few meters in between. Now it's a very dangerous situation for Turun Metsäkävijät because he is about to lose contact to the leading teams. So we have Helsingin Suunnistajat and Ikalisten, and it's not an unexpected fight. Is Turun Metsäkävijät and Uldis Upitis able to get back again into the fight for the victory in this Finnish spring relay? It's only 3 controls to go and about 6 or 7 minutes of running. A tough time here for the camera operator to follow the high speeds when runnability is rather good. Yeah, now we get the GPS devices back from the other teams. Yeah, not exactly the same routes here. Helsingin Suunnistajat heading up a bit more into on the top of the hill. Ikalisten into Savolainen using the open area. So is Uldis Upitis, and I think Savolainen is pushing really hard now in order to put some meters in between himself and Syrjäläinen and Upitis. I'm afraid the camera operator is starting to lose contact here to the teams. There will be another camera running cam at control 17. It's easy to see, it's very good to see that Savolainen has to slow down in navigation or in speed close to the controls. Might have probably a small mistake here, just overshooting by a few meters. This is a big help then for Uldis Upitis. Now really back in the group again. Think that's exactly what he needed. My feeling was though that he was getting a bit closer already in the cutting area. And now they are on the way to 17. There I see that there's a running cam waiting. So we will get new pictures. I also see that there's a running cam coming just around the hill. So I guess in a few seconds we will see them again in the picture. If there's still some energy left for the camera operator. Here he is, waiting for the runners. There's still a small gap between Syrjalainen and Savolainen and Uldis Upitis. So they really trying to decide the race early and not on the very last meters. They have to cross a marsh here in order to get to control 17. Speed now. This is the marsh they have to cross. Some kind of tape on the floor. Yeah, and now camera operator has to let them go. Where is Turo Metzencaveat? How big is the gap? Yeah, it is a few meters. Where is Uldis Upitis? He was actually going around this marsh. I think now he's lost decisive meters. It's about 25 seconds behind. Here he is. He was rounding that wet area. You can see it here. That was not worth it. So we are behind Syrjalainen. On the way now to the last control. I think we can count out Turo Metzencaveat. So it's a fight here between Kalisten and Helsingin Suunnistajat. They're different route choices. Kalisten going around that hill where you can see that Syrjalainen is climbing over. This is going to be very interesting. I think it's advantage for Eetu Savolainen, who used that vegetation boundary as a help for navigation, rounding this hill to get to the small track. Helsingin Suunnistajat is just, you can see Savolainen there in front. Now it's about 40-50 meters in between the two of them. We are on the way to the last control. It's only a couple of meters left for the two teams, and it is definitely a very, very tight battle, but I think it's an advantage for Kalisten. And here we have I think it was Savolainen, yeah, and here is Syrjalainen, so it's definitely the victory for Kalisten. Savolainen, another great performance on the last leg, taking his color to the victory in the second relay of the year of the relay season in Finland. Great performances here by Tuomas Kotro, Olli Markus Taivainen and Eetu Savolainen, and also great performance from Helsingin Suunnistajat. Not the best day a couple of weeks ago at Kavatian Viesti, but of course they were missing Olli Ojanau and Topi Syrjalainen. With the two of them back in the team, they reached the second position just behind Kalisten. And I think both of the teams, Helsingin Suunnistajat and Kalisten, will actually be among the favorites for Tiomila as well in a couple of days in Tranås. And here we have Turun Metzencaveat after a great leg, a great second leg by Samu Heiska. There was a good leg as well from Uldisupi. He did a good job. He had a mistake at control. I think it is 3 at the TV control. Otherwise, a clean race. You could feel that he had to risk something in order to stay in contact with the other teams. He tried it on a route there, but he lost a couple of seconds. Good third position for Turun Metzenkävijät. And actually, I'm gonna leave you here with the top teams. The stream is gonna be on for a second. It's the World Cup as well ongoing. The knockout sprint. It will start in about 15 minutes. So I will take my way. I will take my things and move there. I hope you will tune in there as well in a couple of minutes after we had about the top 10 here in the Finnish Relay League. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed those interesting races, and I hope to see you then in about 15 minutes. Have a good time. Bye bye.
Näytti nyt selvältä hommalta, että 3 sekuntia oli eroa viimeisellä rästillä, mutta kyllä Lauri Nenonen sen hoitaa kokemuksella ja Töyrylä joutuu sitten tyytymään tuohon 5. sijaan. Mutta hyvä ankkuriosuus häneltäkin. Erinomainen ankkuriosuus kyllä. Kovinta vauhtia ankkuriosuudella tänään kuitenkin sitten. Toistaiseksi kovinta.
Ikallisten nouseva voima. Se tuli sieltä voitto. 2 viikkoa sitten jäi hieman ehkä matka kesken. Nyt Eetu ei jäänyt. Miltä tuntuu?
No aika pahalta tällä hetkellä, että kyllä piti ihan kaikki pelissä vetää koko matka, että aika tiukkaa vääntö oli tänne.
Oli tosi tiukkaa ja teitä oli kolme joukkuetta siellä taistelemassa koko aika ja tiesitte tilanteen ja miestä vastaan. Ja näytti kyllä siltä, että oli urku auki. Miten tämä rata tai maasto, oliko se sellaiset, että sä etukäteen mietit jonkun kohdan, että missä sä lähet, vai oliko se, että ihan vaan koko aika mennään ja yritetään jossain kohti pudottaa?
No tietysti kun on pieni takaa jo asema oli tänään, mistä lähti liikkeelle, niin taktiikka, että alusta asti kovaa ja koitetaan saada ensin pojat kiinni, mutta ei siinä sitten sen jälkeen oikein kerennyt taktikoida, että oli se alkuveto sen verran kova, että oli sitten aika topi kyydissä aika jojossa oikeastaan hyvin pitkään, mutta loppuun löytyi jostain sitten vielä yksi vaihe, että pystyin ratkaisemaan meidät tänään.
Se oli erinomainen se vaihde ja jännityksessä piditte meitä kaikkia. Oma, sä pääsit siellä kakkososuudella menemään kanssa erittäin vauhdikkaasti ja näytti tosi hyvältä siellä kohti myös tilanne. Niin millainen jännitys oli seurata täällä ja odottaa lopputuloksia täällä maalialueella?
Joo, 20 vuotta sitten Keravalla Finnish viestissä ajateltiin, että meillä on kova joukkue, niin jäätiin viimeiseksi, 40 minuuttia toiseksi viimeisestä. Ja nyt on vähän samanlainen kevätkunto, samansuuntainen, mutta ehkä joukkueen ympärillä on pikkusen kovempi. Kuitenkin vaikka ajateltiin silloin, että ollaan kova jengi. Että kyllä se jännitti tätä viestiä. Hän on voittanut kevätyö Keski-Pohjanmaan Lakeus ja Kaleva Rastiviesti on voitettuna. Tämä on se viimeinen pikkuviesti, mikä on vielä. Ja luulen, että on viimeisiä hetkiä ottaa se voitto, niin ei voi kuin kiittää näitä kovia äijää ympärillä, että sen sai vielä tehdä.
Että sai vielä senkin sieltä. Äläkä sano, ei sitä tiedä kuinka monta kymmentä vuotta sä vielä täällä roikut mukana. Tuomas, sulla oli kova joukkue, tiesit etukäteen, että on kova ja aloitusosuus oli varmasti tiukka paikka, niin kerro vähän sun omasta aloitusosuuden reissusta.
No, viime vuonna tuli aloituksiin saatu aika hyvä rutiini, niin sinänsä ei jännittänyt, että varmaan olisi voinut enemmänkin jännittää, kun toi alku ei oikein nasahtanut, mutta sitten tiesi, että on hyvässä kunnossa ja viikko sitten sai vihdoin suunnistuksenkin jengoilleen, niin sitten aika aggressiivisesti sai ekan väliajan jälkeen laulattaa keuhkoja tänään ja oli mukava, että sai lopussakin aika sujuvia rastinottoja, siinä ohitti kyllä väkeä ja lopputulos oli lopulta vaihossa tosi hyvä.
Joo, se oli ja siitä oli hyvä kavereitten lähteä jatkaa. Meillä on viikko Tiiumiilaan. Ota vielä mikrofoni takaisin. Mä kyselen nyt vähän, että mitkä on teidän taktiset asetelmat, mitä te lähdette tavoittelemaan Tiiumiilasta?
No tietysti lähdetään hakemaan ehjää joukkuesuoritusta, niin sillähän se paras mahdollinen lopputulos tulee. Ja kyllä meillä nyt on tosi hyvä tilanne tänä vuonna, että oikeastaan ennemminkin vähän päästään ehkä semmoista suurseuran asetelmaa haistelemaan, että joutuu ihan lenkillä käyneitä miehiä jonkun tiputtamaan pois joukkueesta, eikä tarvii sieltä kaivaa talvijunilta miehiä joukkueeseen, niin on kyllä tosi hyvä asetelma lähteä Tiiumiillaan kohti.
No, tää kuulostaa tosi hienolta, eli nyt me toivotaan, että viikkokaan ei tuo mitään lisää sitten väkeä talviunille tai telakalle, vaan päästään tosissaan näkemään ihan täysin iskukykyinen ikallisten nouseva voima siellä. Tsemppiä sinne ja onnea vielä tästä päivästä.
Kiitos. Kiitos.
Hei, vielä loppuhuuto. Saatte vielä tehdä teidän oman tämmöisen onnenhuudon. Millainen se on Nouskin miehiltä?
Yeah!